Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Team America rally. I love you too. All right, so let's see. What should I say? SpaceX does rock. Indeed. Actually, I'm pretty excited about the possibility of SpaceX, and just generally becoming a spacefaring civilization, going beyond where we went in the past with where we went to the moon. It's crazy that we went to the moon over 50 years ago was the last time anyone went to the moon, and a lot of people think we didn't go to the moon, but we did. We did. Yeah, the Soviets would have called us out on that one if we hadn't gone to the moon. They would have called bullshit on that one, 100%. But yeah, we need to go back to. We should not just go back to the moon. We should have a moon base, like Moon Base Alpha, like an actual base with like a science station. That'd be sick. I think we want to become a multi-planet species and be out there among the stars. We want to make Starfleet real, so that if you should be able to go to Mars if you want to go to Mars. It'd be like amazing, Well, it's like 6 months. So Mars is far, but we can do it. We can create a base on Mars and ultimately build a city on Mars and make life multiplanetary. I think that would be super cool. Life can't just be about solving one miserable problem after another. There have to be things that inspire you, that excite you about the future, that you look forward to. You're like, wow, that's going to be cool. And I think being a spacefaring civilization and having a city on Mars and going out there exploring the moons of Jupiter, ultimately getting to other star systems would be incredibly exciting. And something you're like, wow, you could really look forward to that. That'd be incredible. So, go out there and find maybe alien civilizations, like in Star Trek, go where you've never gone before. So yeah, let's make Starfleet real. Meanwhile, back here on Earth, we need to. I think we definitely need to get President Trump reelected. That is I think incredibly important. I think we don't. I think America is great, but we want to be greater, and we want to do amazing things. And we don't want like the Apollo program to be our high watermark. We want to do great things in America, and I think we also want to preserve what has made America great. Things like freedom of speech, the right to bear arms. These things in the Constitution that are actually important. You have to say why did they add these amendments to the Constitution? It was because in the places that people came from, if you said what you wanted to say, you'd be put in prison or you'd be killed. And they took everyone's guns away so that they couldn't rebel against oppressive government. That's the whole idea behind taking the guns away. So I'm a big believer in the Constitution. Big believer in what makes America great. And then we also need some obvious things, like we need actual secure borders. It's you're not a country if you don't have a border. What does it even mean to be a country at that point? And I went to the border just to see for myself what it was like, and it's like World War Z at the border. This is crazy, man. So obviously I'm in favor of immigrants that. So, the insane government spending is driving the country into bankruptcy. Just like a person, if you spend too much, eventually you go bankrupt. The federal debt's growing by $1 trillion every 3 months. Our defense budget is pretty gigantic. It's $1 trillion. the interest that we owe on the debt is now higher than the defense budget, over $1 trillion and growing. This is not sustainable. So we have to do something about that, or the country's going to go bankrupt. So that's an essential thing too. So that's why we need the Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. That's on a brass plaque on a desk. It's going to be amazing. So, exactly. As people were saying, it's just like it's common sense stuff. And America really just needs to remain the land of opportunity, the land where your success is a function of how hard you work and your talent. Like if you're talented and hardworking, that should be the only thing that determines whether you're successful. That's it. And America is also supposed to be the land of freedom. That means personal freedom. Like the government should not be imposing all these rules on people, it's like yeah. So government overreach is not cool. Freedom, yeah, exactly. Twitter files. I mean, it was just nutty. People don't realize just how much government involvement there is in the media, and like how much the government influences the media. I mean, it's crazy how you'll see in fact, I think like whoever's manipulating the media should mix it up a bit, because they're really not doing a great job. When they was a week before the debate between Biden and Trump, and everyone was on the media was saying Biden was sharp as a tack. Sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack. I mean, like you should mix it up a little. Get a thesaurus. Okay. The NBC media puppets were just all saying exactly the same thing. So, it's just kind of strange that, and do they all just get the same memo at the same time? I don't know. Where does it come in? I want to see the group text. Okay, is there like an email copy list or what? Everyone say the same thing at the same time. Yeah, just total puppets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. So. Well, let's see. What I find is really engaging is when people are able to ask questions or make comments. And so, if anybody wants to, try to keep the comments reasonably short. Any monologue should be ideally kept to less than a minute. But just far away, and I'll try to answer questions and respond to comments and. Well, yeah, sure. So, hi.
My question is, what makes you so interested in politics now? Why is this so important?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, don't bring the mic that close. Whoa. Yeah, the question is, why politics now and versus in the past I really have not been meaningfully involved in politics. So the reason is that I think we're at a crossroads. This time I think we're at a crossroads, a fork in the road of destiny. What I see happening under the sort of Biden and Kamala administration is a level of sort of government overreach and manipulation that is extremely troubling. And I also see really a deliberate attempt to import as many people as possible into swing states like Pennsylvania in order to ensure that there is a permanent one state, that America becomes a permanent one-party state. The numbers are truly staggering, and the sort of fake legacy media doesn't report on them. The only reason anyone knows about it is if you're on the X platform. But it's crazy. But you're seeing basically increases. This is from the government website, by the way, which is run by Democrats. So. You're seeing in some cases 700% increases in the past 3.5 years in illegals in swing states. What a coincidence! And when you're talking about elections that are won or lost by 10 or 20,000 votes, and then you bring in 200,000 people, and then you put them on the fast track to citizenship. This is without considering any cheating. This is legalized. That if that happens over the next 4 years, there will be no swing states. They're importing voters. That is I think that's obvious to anyone who looks. And we will have a situation like we have in California, where it's a one-party state. California is a supermajority Dem state, and so it's one-party rule. And if you have one-party rule, that's not a democracy. So I think either action is taken now. If there was another 4 years and it's really like pointless to even sort of talk about Kamala. Kamala is just a puppet of a larger machine. If the machine, I'll just call it the machine, is able to run for another 4 years, there will not be any meaningful elections in the future, just like there aren't in California, and all of America will be Californicated, not in a good way. Yeah, Californicated. Ouch. So we don't want that. That would be a bad situation. In fact, it will actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is the one thing that holds California back from being even worse than it is that people can move out of California and still be in America. Now, what happens when there's no place to move? It'll be way worse than California. That's why I think, yeah, exactly. Well, and speaking of Mars, like what we're seeing, with SpaceX, Tesla, and whatnot, is that the sort of regulatory oppression year after year is worse and worse. And there's more regulatory agencies created every year, more rules and regulations every year, until eventually everything is illegal. We had our rockets sitting on the pad for 2 months, ready to fly. How is it possible that SpaceX could build a gigantic rocket faster than the government could move paper from one desk to another? So if that trend continues, which it will do unless there's a conscious effort to have deregulation and have sensible regulation, then Mars will be impossible. We will be forever confined to Earth. So I definitely think that's a major showstopper. Is being so heavily regulated that we are confined to Earth forever. And that would be a sad eulogy. If future aliens see us, you come back and they almost made it. Too bad they regulated themselves. And they had the rocket and everything. So I guess the short answer is I think this is incredibly important. That ironically, there's a lot of people on the Dem side that call Trump a threat to democracy. I think in fact they are the threat to democracy. Thank you.
Hi, Elon. I want to thank you for coming. I'm from Deep Blue, Northeast Philadelphia, and I just want to say thank you for all you've been doing, your contributions. And my question is, did you expect the impact that buying X would have on the world and the United States, free speech, even into the America PAC movement?
Well, I mean, the reason I didn't realize it would have as big of an impact as it has come to have. But the reason I felt that it was important to acquire Twitter was because I could feel the walls closing in. It was outrageous that they suspended the account of a sitting president. I mean that's insane. And I think it was only a matter of time before they suspended my account, frankly. And for sure, given the stuff I've said lately, they would have suspended me 6 ways to Sunday. I mean, really, Twitter and pretty much all the social media companies and Google and everyone are controlled by far-left activists. That's the truth of it. And so then, how do you know what's real when it's all filtered through a far-left San Francisco, Berkeley lens? They just manipulate the truth constantly. You can't even find the truth if you Google it, because Google's, put it on page 6. And I mean, I don't want to pick on Google too much. I mean, I have a lot of friends there, but it's very easy to tweak the results because the joke goes like, what's the best place to hide a dead body? Well, second place are Google search results because nobody ever goes there. So you don't really have to, in order to hide information, you don't have to delete it. You just move it to the second page, and it's just people don't go there. Yeah, that would be tough. That's a tricky one. But hey, at least there's one place where you can find out what's actually going on, what's real, and that's the X platform. And I want to say, we're very rigorous on the X platform about being a fair playing field, a level playing field, being fair to all sides. There's not a single account on the left that's been suppressed. Not one. No suspensions, nothing. I believe in being fair. And once in a while we do get like a request for something on the right that's would be slightly censorious, and we're like, nope, we're not going to do that. So we are rigorous about being fair. Unlike the prior regime, we are actually fair, and we want both sides to say their piece and to let there be a free debate and let the marketplace of ideas work and let the best ideas win, and that's the right thing to do.
Hello, Elon. As an IT guy of 26 years, I think one of the smartest things you did was firing most of the Twitter staff.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about corruption in the election systems, in the DOJ and judicial system. I personally think a lot of that is because of blackmail data stored on government servers. I strongly feel that if we can't control the information that is stored by the three-letter agencies, we will never get control of the country. What are your ideas on things Trump can do to drain the swamp without being overwhelmed by their dirty trick?
Well, I mean, as the saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So I think really just making as much information as possible public, available to the public, so that you can see what's going on. There's I do have a top secret clearance, but I have to say, like most of the stuff that I'm aware of, a top secret, like the reason to keep it top secret is because it's so boring. But I think like the strong bias with respect to government information should be to make it available to the public. Like it should be, let's be as transparent as possible, like fully transparent, unless it's like a massive risk to the country, like it's like we don't want to give say exact instructions on how to make a nuclear bomb or something like that, But unless there's a genuine risk to the country, all information in the government should be public. Yeah.
Hi, Elon, over here.
Oh, sorry. Hey.
I know I look like the same girl who just asked. I am her
It's hard to
twin.
tell because I just hear the speakers, so.
Okay. I am Denise's twin who just asked a question. I'm also from Deep Blue, far northeast Philadelphia in Parkwood. What I would like to ask you is, in applying the same efficiency that you did to removing 80% of the staff at Twitter to the Department of Governmental Efficiency, would you consider hiring Scott Pressler, who is an amazing movement
Absolutely.
For that efficiency?
Yes. And I should say, hopefully if this comes to pass, then the Department of Government Efficiency is able to take action. We will reduce a lot of government headcount, but we're going to give, I think, like very long severances, like 2 years or something like that. So, look, just go do something else is what we're going to say, and you'll get paid for 2 years. So you got a lot of time to go and figure out something else to do. It's like the point is not to be cruel or to have people not be able to pay their mortgage or anything. It's just we got to move people. We just have too many people in the government sector, and they could be more productive elsewhere.
Hey Elon, it is a pleasure. Me and my best friend started a company when we were 21 years old. We're going to be the next biggest beef jerky company in the U.S., I promise that. But what advice do you have for young entrepreneurs like us to conquer a challenge that seems almost impossible from the beginning?
Well, I mean, generally, I think try to make a good product or service, and I mean, it's not. It's really that, you know. It's like you have to say, like, what is a useful thing that you could do? Like, maximize your usefulness. What is if there's like what is that product or service that you want to make?
Beef jerky, the best beef jerky.
Okay, great. So you want to make the best beef jerky? Just go ahead and do it. And then you know, you have to sort of just explain to people why it's. Well, first of all, you need to make sure it is in fact the best beef jerky. And then you need to then explain to people why it is. And so if you have both the reality and the perception of something being the best beef jerky or whatever the product may be, then I think you'll find it will be very successful. Yeah.
The company is Open Road Jerky. Check us out.
All right, sounds good.
Hey there, Elon. My name's Josh. I drove down from Luzerne County today, which, by the way, has flipped red by registrations.
Yes.
Nice work, everybody there.
Excellent.
Yeah. Another fun fact about the northeast part of Pennsylvania, July 3rd, 1778, the largest massacre that ever happened on American soil happened when the colonists, the French, and the natives all fought over that land. And I think it all circles back. It's now, you know, fracking central. There's a lot of resources there, land, and just beautiful local communities.
Yeah.
And something that is happening at a rate that is inconceivable, really inconceivable, the centralization of power to global elites and far off abstracted places that we can't touch.
Yeah.
What are the ways that we bring that back to local people that can actually have an impact on the ground? Speaking with some people here, do we?
I totally agree.
Do we move the departments around the United States so they're not all in D.C.? How do we get people on the ground empowered to actually make everyday changes in people's lives?
Well, I super agree with you. So I'm against globalist power. Like, I think we should, like, the UN should not have a lot of power, and these like, you know, it's like, who voted for them? I didn't vote for them, you know, and it's like, we want power to the people. The power should maximum power to the individual. And so, like, you know, if they're, like, we should not have any sort of international treaties that restrict the freedom of Americans, and we should minimize the amount of federal interference at the state level. So it should be like, so unless it's at the state level, which is something you can influence, then really agencies at the federal and the national level should have minimal to zero power over you. Yeah.
Is there a way that we could decentralize data so that consumers own the data? What is the next step towards that? Because I feel like that is what actually gives us our sovereignty back.
Well, I guess I'm not sure how to decentralize the data. If the data is at least in multiple places, at least you should be able to, like, locally store the data. I mean, obviously, I think individuals should own their own data. You know, I think that's really important. Like, if you want to separate yourself from a social media company, you should be able to take everything with you. So I'm basically in favor of any action that maximizes your freedom and liberty. So, yeah.
Hey, Elon. Tesla shareholder, owner since 2015. I own an S Plaid. Thank you for making that thing, because it's awesome. It's my daily driver. It's so much fun. But my heart is with SpaceX. And so my question is, how will you, with Trump, be able to deregulate so that we can get more launches and get to Mars?
Well, absolutely. That is a major factor for supporting President Trump. Is that you know, if the sort of, you know, Kamala puppet machine happens, there's going to be just more and more regulations, and this slow strangulation by overregulation will continue. But Trump is very enthusiastic about deregulation, which is not to say we don't want any regulation. We just want sensible regulation. And I think if President Trump is elected, we can actually take those actions, and we can cut the strings. Like, I feel like America is like Gulliver, you know, tied down by a million little strings, and we need to cut those strings and free the giant.
Hey, man. thank you so much for doing everything you're doing.
Welcome.
This is going to be a little long, but I think you're going to get a kick out of it.
Okay.
It's a sad story that turns into something funny you'll probably like.
All right.
So I was mostly a lifelong liberal, sort of like yourself.
Yeah.
Work in digital production marketing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in freedom. Like, I mean, I believe in like empathy. Like, you should care about your fellow human beings. You know, and you know, and I believe in like free speech, which used to be a thing on the left, and now bizarrely they want censorship. I'm like, what?
Yeah. And thank you for buying Twitter and saving free speech and Babylon Bee too. Like,
yeah.
That was great, man. Anyway, so I sort of have a case to plead to. Sorry, a little long. Anyway, I can't get into the details because there were legal issues and stuff, but years ago I had my life destroyed by crazy woke people because I was injured. I lived in Los Angeles for about 13 years.
Yep.
And when I wanted to seek out, you know, like a court case and stuff, I had someone in the legal system look me straight in the face and tell me, you know, you're not the right kind of white guy. This isn't going to play out well for you. And I immediately was like, what? You know,
Yeah. What? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't want to swear, but
sure.
Yeah. So, and I was like, is it because I'm from Pennsylvania, or I'm also Ashkenazi and like Jewish, or maybe both? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I was immediately like, what is happening? And so it put me in a bad spiral, and I like lost. I just went crazy. So I was like, what? Like, I'm always been a egalitarian person, and right.
I mean, racism in any form is bad, whether it doesn't matter who it's directed towards.
Yeah, and so, and I started, you know, becoming more center right instead of liberal, which is, you know, it's an identity crisis because it's a big change.
Sure.
And working in an industry, it's sort of like, you understand in our industries, you feel like an outcast and you don't really know who to talk to, and so it's awkward. So anyway, as a catharsis of sorts, I made this app called Pooper.
Okay.
And so it lets you put animated pooping animals on your text messages.
Okay. And
it's been charting for years, so like since I made it.
It sounds funny.
Yeah, so I think you'd like it just because, you know, sticking pooping animals on like Mark Cuban's, if you're talking to him, you can like stick it on his face or his text messages and stuff.
Yeah.
And, right. And so he gets like a gorilla pooping on his text message.
Yeah, I mean, I saw an interview with Mark Cuban and, what's her name again? Rachel Maddow. But I couldn't tell which was which.
So my question is, would you, like, because this destroyed me, I was really badly injured. I'm not saying you have to do it. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Would you consider implementing that kind of thing onto Twitter where you could, you know, have a dinosaur or a monkey throwing poop and put it on top of Mark Cuban's, you know, like new stupid look that he has?
Well,
I mean,
a
Business Insider.
About probably 5 million people have now heard about the pooper. Maybe 10 million. There's a lot of people going to watch this. So I think that's some solid publicity right there. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. You're going to help us win Pennsylvania and the entire race.
Yes. Well, I mean, I should say like it's incredibly important that everyone here and everyone listening, watching, that you go and make sure your friends, family, yourself are registered to vote, because the voting registration deadline in Pennsylvania ends at midnight on Monday. So there's only a few days left. So you just got to be a pest and hound everyone you know to make sure they're registered to vote and the registration is good, because it's a sort of, you know, a shot clock ends at midnight on Monday. So, go!
Now you're going to be the head of the Doge. Have you thought about whether AI and blockchain can be used to track every dollar that the government spends, makes people accountable to the very last person, and we know exactly who agreed to a $400 toilet seat?
Yeah.
Can we do that? Is that in the
Actually,
set
that's a
of
good idea. No, that's a good idea because actually trying to make sense of these incredibly complex laws and regulations where, a law gets passed that's like longer than Lord of the Rings, and no one's actually read the thing, like literally there's not actually one human who's read the whole law, and then that law gets amplified by, 100 times by the regulations that follow. I think the only thing that could comprehend that is an AI, basically. So I think that would actually be a good idea, is like saying, okay, AI, just tell us what's actually going on. Where's the money getting spent? What does this law actually mean? And simplify it, really. So, yeah, I mean, the amount of government waste that happens is truly staggering. I mean, if you've been exposed to government contracting, it's pretty nutty. It's like beyond. So it's so crazy. It's hard to believe. So yeah. I think there's basically a lot of room for improvement there, and the net result will be a significant improvement in, like I said, in personal freedom and the standard of living in America. So.
Hi, Mr. Musk. It is such an honor to be here with you. I am actually a former mainstream media journalist. I now teach martial arts in the city of Philadelphia to kids and also in Camden. And I find that the character skills that they need, they get through martial arts, not so much through the education they're getting. And with my journalism background,
that's great. I did martial arts too. It's great. It is a very healthy thing for kids to do, I think. Yeah, and adults too.
Yeah, I will spar you anytime.
Okay.
My question is, I have such like a strong desire for truth that I feel like looking at X, but also coming to events like this is the only way that I can truly feel that I confidently know what you're saying and how you're saying it, which I appreciate.
Yes.
What do we do for kids so that when they get older, they can see through it? Because what they're learning now, I think, falls short of not just the character, but also their ability to discern their own opinion.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I think teaching kids critical thinking is very important. They should be taught critical thinking. It's like a mental firewall. You teach kids critical thinking at a young age, and just teach them the types of fallacies that they're likely to encounter, the sort of forms of trickery, like straw man fallacy, or sort of there's like the various ways that that information that like media or people will trick you, and just kind of immunizing kids effectively against that, I think early on would be a very good thing to do. Basically, just teach kids, like, don't be skeptical about what you're told. It may be true, it may not be true, or it may be that often there's a certain percentage chance that it is true, and you want to consider the evidence, weigh the evidence to decide what is the probability that a certain thing is true or not true. And then when you hear more evidence, then you change the probabilities. I mean, generally, like I believe in the sort of physics approach to thinking, which is that you're always weighing the probabilities that something is true or not true, or that there may be a third explanation, and be very open to new facts changing your mind. So.
That helps to promote like true journalism through anything. I'd be happy. It would mean everything.
Well, thank you. I think I actually think that what we want to move to is really systems like X and other social media platforms too, hopefully, where you really have the sum of the voice of the people. In times past, we didn't have the technology for this, so the only way to learn news was for it to be filtered through a small number of news organizations, and then to be printed in newspapers or broadcast. There wasn't really any way that people could speak to each other or communicate with each other, but now there is. So because people can be online, and I'm a big believer in sort of citizen journalism, and actually being way better than, because you see, like. At first, citizen journalism may sound like, well, doesn't that mean just a whole bunch of amateurs are doing journalism? No, actually, it's way better, because if you have actual experts in the field saying things, that's way better than a journalist. If you have people who are actually at the event live, I mean, look at, say, the attempted assassination of President Trump, where people are actually at the event live, video, people are reporting it. That's the kind of thing that is actually far better information than filtering it through a small number of publications, which ends up being controlled by maybe 5 editors-in-chief. There's like 5 people that control all the news. And even though there are multiple newspapers, it's New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, a few others, and they decide what is newsworthy. But that should not be how it works. It should be the voice of the people, the cumulative voice of the people, should decide what is newsworthy.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank Nicole here. She's the one that's holding the mic. Really awesome. I know you said you were a little spectrum autistic.
I mean, little, sure.
Yes. So the only reason I say that is out of every successful person I've ever seen, you are the one person that I can relate to the most. So I'm sorry if I'm all over the place a little bit. I remember you had stated that you hate the fact that every single time you hire someone for their talent instead of their passion. So I want to be able to say the Galileo test I passed, Xavier passed, Don Lemon passed, Dark test, SpaceX test, A12 I passed that one. The 95 test, that's the year 95, what you did to be able to do Zip 2. I've done that. Slave test, Steve Jobs test, reality goodness test. The reality of actually doing something good instead of just talking bullshit out their ass.
Exactly.
The Reid Hoffman test, which he scoffed at you because you were going to be the first man to be able to put life on Mars, but it was going to be a turtle. So now he kind of is walking back on that. But anyways, you guys were good friends. So I want to, I would classify myself, the easiest way is PNS, quantum engineer, and my friend Brandon, and my wife Theo, and Brandon's over there. I want to give you my business card.
Okay.
If you have 5 seconds.
All right.
5 seconds.
Well, we have to move on to questions. So it's either question. Just to be clear, the goal of the questions is to ask questions that you think the public would be interested in hearing the answer to. To be clear, that is that's what we're after.
Okay.
So it's you want to ask like, well, you're interested in a particular question, but probably there's a lot of people in America and in Pennsylvania that are also interested in that question, and those are the kind of questions we're aiming for here. So, but thank you.
Is what built America. I was wondering if you can bring, instead of going to Pittsburgh to be able to bring it to Bethlehem, to Lehigh Valley to be able to bring that up again.
Steel?
Bethlehem Steel?
Sure,
is what built the U.S.
Sure.
And I know you're looking between at Pittsburgh. I was wondering if you can look at Lehigh Valley to be able to grow what made America great.
Okay. Well, I think we do need a lot more local production of steel. There's not enough steel made in America. That is for sure. So yeah. So let's move.
Hey, Elon. With the emergence of AI and robotics, you've talked a lot about a possible age of abundance.
Yes.
What are some of the steps that you believe should be necessary to lay the foundation that it's more of a utopia for humanity than a dystopia? And while you answer that, would you mind signing a unauthorized biography written by my 6-year-old son, and possibly a copy of my Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy?
Sure. If it's for a 6-year-old, sure. The biggest thing for development of AI is that it be maximally truth-seeking, which sounds like an obvious thing, but what I see being done with a lot of the major AI companies is not truth-seeking. They're aiming to be politically correct, which means lying, essentially. So, I think this is absolutely fundamental. It's like an example being, for example, when Google came out with Google Gemini, and people asked it which is worse, global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, and it said misgendering Caitlyn Jenner. So, which even Caitlyn Jenner said that is not correct. So that is that's an insane thing for an AI to say, because if you have some sort of omnipotent AI, it could conclude logically that the best way to avoid misgendering is for there to be no humans, because if no humans equals probability of misgendering equals 0. So you could get like some very dystopian outcomes if you do not have a maximally truth-seeking AI. I think that's very important. That's the reason for XAI. So you can't have an AI built on a throne of lies.
Hi, Mr. Musk. My name is Dave Cochran. I am so ecstatic to be here. I do have the uttermost respect for you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to keep... I wanted to bring in my sketchbooks. I'm an inventor. They would have been stacked this high. But I'm not here to pitch my ideas. I really want to know, are you going to play a part in the office once we get Trump in there and do things and maybe incorporate the space program in other areas of the country? I tried to move to Florida. My mother's 90. I want to be part of it. I want to do it right here. And I want to bring manufacturing here and the space program.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see you involved, that's for sure.
Yes, I intend to help. I intend to do a lot of work to improve government efficiency. So I believe this is very doable, very achievable. So, like I said, it's really like we need sensible regulations, but we can't have insane regulations. I mean, when I looked it up, I think there was something like 428 agencies federal agencies that exist. That's almost two agencies created per year since the founding of the country. So yeah, exactly. Not to mention the NGOs what's weird about a lot of these NGOs is they're actually funded by the government. So it's a government-funded, non-governmental organization, which is like, it just ends up being a self-licking ice cream cone. You know, it's like bizarre. How do you shut it off? You have to shut it off at the government level. So yeah, I think I do intend to, if I'm, assuming President Trump is willing, and I think he is, I intend to play a significant role in making government efficient. I tend to be quite literal, so just, and I think it would free up. I think it would allow for so many things to be done that are incredibly difficult to get done. Like the Boring Company, was trying to dig a tunnel, just a road tunnel under the Colorado River in Texas, and has been waiting 2 years for a permit for a simple tunnel under a river. Because it's a federal river, it's 2 years, and still no end in sight. It's ridiculous. Can't get anything done. It's illegal. So.
On the subject of transparency, January 6th, there were there's a single attempted act of violence were the two pipe bombs at the Democrat and Republican headquarters. The government released a picture of the pipe bomber sitting on a bench, talking on a cell phone. It was time-stamped. We know there's video cameras probably every 5 feet in D.C. Right. Why haven't they announced who the pipe bomber is?
Well, maybe he's a federal employee. Maybe. Maybe.
Clear on Twitter. Some detectives on Twitter, I think, were pretty clear that it was obvious who it was. Well, can't they just tell the truth?
Yeah, I mean, I think if President Trump is elected, we're going to get to the bottom of a lot of these things, So I think it's going to be like massive data dump, and then have at it. Take a look at all the information, So yeah, so I mean, maybe there's an innocent explanation, maybe there isn't. Let's find out.
Hi, Elon. I know you're a bit busy, but were you to start another company, what would it be? Would it have anything to do with helping more schools be like Astronova? And what is the future of Astronova?
Well, I have to say, I'm not chomping at the bit to start another company. I have 17 jobs, and then another one, I suppose, with the Department of Government Efficiency. Although I think improving government efficiency will be really helpful in advancing space and a bunch of other things, and just freeing people around the country to do what they want to do. I think as far as education is going, I think actually AI is going to potentially be a very good educator. Because the AI basically will know all the facts and is infinitely patient and can move as fast as you'd like. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for AI teachers to be extremely good. So thanks.
Elon, thanks for all you do, and congratulations on getting Booster 12 back to the Megazilla.
Thank you. Yeah. This SpaceX team is is an incredibly talented team. It's an honor to work with them.
Very impressive. And relating to X, would it be possible to train XAI on federal, state, and local regulations and financial data so that the citizen journalists can investigate and analyze all the finances and all the laws and regulations so that they can help identify the discrepancies that exist?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. So, I mean, there is this fundamental challenge that happens, which is that laws and rules and regulations are immortal. And so every year, there's more rules, regulations, and laws, and they don't die because they're immortal. But we're humans, we're immortal, we do die. So that you get this accumulation over time. Historically, what has caused a reset of the laws and regulations has been war. Now, we'd like to ideally avoid war, but we still need this massive reset of regulations and reduction of regulations, ideally without the forcing function of war. But it is an interesting thing that the longer that there is peace and prosperity, the more rules and regulations will accumulate until eventually everything's legal. So that's why I think it is essential that we have a very conscious effort to reduce the laws and regulations, or eventually no one will be allowed to do anything.
Hey Elon, I'm Lucas, and I have a question for you. What's the best advice for your children?
Best advice for the kids? Well, generally my advice is just to try to be as useful as possible to society. Be a good person and just try to give more than you take. That's a big deal. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. I'm curious with the explosion of AI and ML, what your thoughts are on reforming the Nuclear Regulatory Commission so that we can provide all the electricity needs, not only for hyperscalers, AI and ML, but also to make electricity more affordable for citizens.
Yeah, in fact, I think that the dangers of nuclear power are greatly overstated. So I think that we should, especially with the latest technologies. I mean, you can actually make a nuclear reactor where it is literally impossible to melt it down if you tried to melt it down. Like if your goal was to melt down this nuclear reactor, the new designs, you will not succeed. You can go in there with a flamethrower and a whatever, doesn't matter, and bomb the place, doesn't matter. It's still not going to melt down. So if you're in a situation like that with advanced nuclear reactors, then there shouldn't be any regulatory issues with that, because what really matters is the safety of the public. So I think that there should be significant reform on the nuclear front.
Mr. Musk, my name is Dave. Excuse the patch. I had Mohs surgery a couple of days ago. It's super embarrassing. But it took a lot to get up here with that. I integrate AI into businesses, and we have to use OpenAI right now because they're the only API, and so we have to train it like crazy to get it not to do woke things. Hoping that Grok has an API soon.
It will actually. We'll be releasing the API very soon.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. My Cybertruck drove me here this evening, my son and I, so thank you for that product. And my question is Space Force. I'm assuming there's been some discussions with President Trump about Space Force, and I'm just curious if he does win. Obviously, Doge, yes, awesome. But
Indeed.
Secondly, what do you think Space Force might look like in 10 years?
Well, I think Space Force should really aim higher. I think when the public hears Space Force, you sort of think Star Trek, Starfleet Academy. You don't think let's make a slightly better spy satellite. But the way that Space Force is interpreted by the military currently is let's make a slightly better spy satellite. Like that's like 5% better. I'm like, no, that's not what people want. People want Starfleet Academy. We want the Star Trek Enterprise. And that's what people want. A real Space Force where it's like we're actually in space, So that's what I mean. Like we want to aim to have like a permanently crewed base on the moon. We want to build a city on Mars. We want to be exploring the moons of Jupiter, the asteroid belt, the entire solar system. And if you decide that you want to go to Mars, you should be able to go to Mars. That would be super exciting. Be a real spacefaring civilization would be fantastic. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. You've spoken about the challenge of falling global birth rates and American birth rates. Is that something you've spoken to Donald Trump about? And it seems like the richer we get, the worse it gets, and you can't really pay people to have more. Nothing seems to work. What ideas do you have for that? And is that something that you have spoken to him about? Thank you.
I have mentioned it to him. And it is a quandary. Like, as you know, if you look at the sort of the rise and fall of civilizations, you realize that actually what ended most civilizations was a low birth rate. That is, an extended period of prosperity seems to cause birth rates to plummet. And it's somewhat counterintuitive. When a society is under stress, birth rates increase. So if you look at, say, ancient Rome, the birth rates were super high when they were fighting the Carthaginians, and Rome's very life was at stake. Birth rates were all-time high. After they defeated Carthage and ruled the Mediterranean, the birth rates plummeted. And to such a degree that Julius Caesar even tried to pass laws like in 50 BC or something like that to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a second or third child. So they were having birth rate issues in 50 BC, which is pretty wild. And that was also true of really basically every civilization throughout history. So it's how do you avoid this birth rate collapse, the trap it's a sort of prosperity trap. I don't have a great answer for that, except I think if we can at least bring it to conscious awareness that we need to continue as a civilization, like no humans, no humanity. And at least it's a topic of conversation. It's like, hey, it's something we should do something about. And we definitely want to get rid of this ridiculous notion that there are too many humans on Earth. This is false. Yeah. There's a lot of people who think that the environment can't sustain this number of humans. It's totally untrue. We could double the population of Earth and still not have a significant environmental impact. So, like, if you could fit all of the humans on one floor in the city of New York. So that's like 8 billion humans sounds like a lot, but actually, if you're if you're in an airplane and you're going from here to LA or wherever, and you look down, how often do you see a human? If your goal was to drop a ball on a human while flying from here to LA, you'd have a hard time. So the actual density of humans is very low. And Earth is capable of easily having far more humans, and should, in my opinion. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. It's an honor to speak with you, and I just want to personally thank you for buying Twitter and saving free speech.
You're welcome.
So a couple months ago, I was tired of being a keyboard warrior. I signed up to be a Trump Force 47 captain.
Great.
And I've knocked over 200 doors, just trying to get people to get out and vote for president.
Great. Thank you. That's super important. I mean, as was asked to me at the beginning of this talk, why am I so involved in politics this time? It's because I think this time it's a fork in the road, and it's frankly, I think we're doomed. If Trump doesn't win, I think we're doomed. We're in the doom loop at that point. So he's got to win. And I think for those who are in areas that are sort of normally it's like deep blue areas, if you think you won't get assaulted, put a Trump Vance sign on your lawn. I mean, a lot of it is like people are like they need social proof. They need evidence that they're not alone. And so probably a lot of people in these like nominally blue areas would actually vote for Trump if they thought someone else was voting for Trump too. And so if you just put the sign on the lawn and be sort of loud and proud, then I think people will be like, you know what, I think I'll vote for Trump too.
So I have a rhetorical question. Can you buy Disney and fire David Muir?
Now that's a real interesting idea.
So DEI has become a cancer in our corporations.
It really has.
And I was wondering if there's anything realistically that the federal government can do, or the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, to put a stop to this.
Yeah, I think they should, the government should be actively saying that it is illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, gender, or anything else other than merit. It is illegal. It's not right. It's not morally right, it's not legally right, and it doesn't matter who you're discriminating against. The point is not to have discrimination, but a different type of discrimination. The point is to not have discrimination. That's the whole idea. Yeah.
Good evening, Elon. First of all, thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for being you.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
In the book, All That Glitters, the mystery behind the glitter conspiracies is revealed, and the details of Mission X is exposed, where SpaceX is utilized to deposit a layer of glitter above the atmosphere, which deflects the red and infrared light away and cools the planet. My understanding is that this is sort of being kept secret because you don't want environmentalists or other people to come in and regulate and stop it from happening. Why isn't the public being made aware that it is essential that Donald Trump be elected for this to happen, because Trump will not have to ask permission to save the planet, he'll just do it. And I'm just wondering if you feel the same sentiment. And then there's also been some rumors on the internet that you're going to not only do this, but then you're going to use it and charge the other countries of the world to support it. You're going to lower the deficit, another source of income, and there'll be no more wars between electric vehicles and fossil fuels. So why won't you tell people, elect Trump, and this will happen? Because if it's anybody but Trump, regulations or, it only takes one person to complain and it won't happen.
Well, I think it's for sure true that when we've got so many regulatory agencies and there are so many rules and regulations, I mean, like basically Washington D.C. is like a sea of brake pedals. Like everyone's got a brake pedal, but nobody's got an accelerator. We're going to add some accelerators. Because all they want to do in D.C. is stop anything. It's just a sea of, I just call it a sea of brake pedals. Like it's brake pedals in all directions. And how can you make progress if you've got a sea of brake pedals? It's not possible. So we're going to get rid of a bunch of the brake pedals and add accelerators.
My question was, how do we stop the steal? And is there a way to have a database on X where we can track all the votes? We all send our votes to you to track it, and then we can tell who wins? Or there's so much, even down in Georgia right now, they're already flipping votes on the machines. And how do we stop the steal?
Well, I recommend posting any evidence that you have for voting fraud or irregularities or causes for concern. Just post it on the X platform, and then people can support it or say, well, either support it or debunk it, one of the two. But I mean, I do think there's generally an issue that we have, a fundamental issue, which is unless we have voter ID, my opinion is we should have no, and I say this as a technologist who likes technology, and I like computers, but we should not have computers do voting tabulation at all. It's far too easy to hack a computer. I know how to hack a computer. And government software is the easiest thing to hack. So it's not the best software. So we should, in my opinion, we should have paper ballots only. It should be in-person voting with ID. End of story.
Hi, Elon. Thank you for everything you do. Feel free to answer this question in 3 words. Some people claim that you're hurting Tesla's brand and sales by supporting Trump. What do you say to those people?
Well, Tesla sales are actually doing great. We're hitting all-time highs. So I think really people care about the quality of a product, and as opposed to whether they agree or disagree with the CEO's views. I mean, the CEO of any given company is going to have political views, but at the end of the day, what matters is that Tesla makes a great product, and people like buying great products. So that's it.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for coming and being here. I think I understand your vision for challenging the existing cell phone syndicate, but I want to know when the X phone's coming out.
Man, I sure hope we don't have to make a phone. That's a lot of work. I mean, if there's the idea of making a phone makes me want to die. But if we have to make a phone, we will. But we will aspire not to make a phone. I do think that the various companies and Apple and Google Android and whatnot, they need to make sure they don't have a heavy hand in like the App Store and whatnot, or they will create a forcing function for there to be a competitor. But man, I dread the idea of making a phone. But if that turns out to be necessary, we'll do it. But hopefully, it is not necessary. Yeah. So, all right.
Hey, Elon. First things first is JCal is on my cap table.
All right. Great.
And my question is, I grew up in Spain, right near where your brother got married.
Oh, cool.
And in Asturias. And comparing cities back home to cities here, it's like incomparable. How does one fix, I go to our great city of Philadelphia, how does one fix the problem of people living on the streets? It's not talked about enough.
It isn't. No, I agree.
I go to Kensington a lot, and it is such a horrible sight seeing these poor people. At what point do you have the freedom to slowly kill yourself like that on the streets, and how do you fix that?
Well, I think there's not an easy answer to that. But I think you cannot have open-air drug bazaars because obviously that's going to be a magnet. While I think most people can resist the lure of drugs, some people cannot, and you just cannot let there be easy access to drugs and have it just be open. They're on the street. Then there are also situations where somebody is like just fundamentally mentally ill, like not a little bit, mentally ill in a dangerous way, dangerous to others. And I think if somebody is incurably mentally ill and a danger to others, we need to have some kind of asylum for them. There's no, because the other, it has to be done. The word homeless is a misnomer. Because homeless sounds like someone who got a little behind on their mortgage payments, and if they just got a job offer, they'd be back on their feet. That does not describe the people in Kensington, okay, at all. So if the issue is if there are violent drug zombies, they must be taken off the streets, and they won't go willingly. So there's no choice. Now, I'm a big believer in empathy. I think we should have empathy. We should have empathy for our fellow human beings. But what I see on the left is a lot of shallow empathy, sort of empathy that's skin deep, essentially. Very thin empathy. They have empathy for what they term homeless people when they're actually violent drug zombies, but they lack empathy for the victims of the violent drug zombies. And so we should have deep empathy for everyone, not shallow empathy. Have empathy for the victims of the criminals, not just the criminals.
Hi, Leon. My name is Hans Moyer. I brought some plans here to solve all our problems. I'm going to give them to this young lady here, okay?
Wow, okay.
I have some good news. The Washington Times, the most conservative voice in our capital, endorsed President Trump for another term, so that's good news.
Great.
My question today to you is, when your children come to you and they ask you why is so much war in our world, what do you answer them as far as where does peace begin?
Well, the reality is actually, if you say war per capita, it's actually quite low. So that it's not that there's no war, it's just that we now hear about war anywhere at all. So, but if you compare where we are today versus, say, last century with World War II and World War I, where millions of people were dying per year, we actually have, on a global basis, it's actually very peaceful. That does not say that there aren't some terrible things happening somewhere. There are 8 billion people on Earth. So, and in fact, what the sort of legacy mainstream media tends to do is try to answer the question, what is the worst thing that happened on Earth today? That's generally what the newspaper tries to answer. What's the worst thing that happened on Earth? It's a big world. There's some pretty bad things. So, actually the reality is that there is only a small amount of war occurring in the world compared to the past. Now, historically, humans have had a lot of war, of course. But I think actually for countries, say, like the United States, the issue is that we've had peace for such a long time that we are a victim of prosperity. It's sort of, and this, when you have peace for such a long time, you have this accumulation of rules and regulations that binds society. That's why I call it the slow strangulation by overregulation is what happens in peacetime, and a dramatic decline in the birth rate. And the decline in the birth rate is it's not something we've ever evolved to react to. Like if you said there was like a Thanos situation where somebody would snap their fingers and half of people would be dead. Be like, well, that's terrible. Well, that's actually what's happening with the birth rate. Yet there is no reaction. Why is there no reaction? At the end of the day, you still have half the people. I mean, look at, say, South Korea. Birth rate is 1/3 replacement. 1/3. That means if you fast forward to the future, 2/3 of South Korea is gone. Poof, gone. More than Thanos. Why is there no reaction? Why are we not reacting to the absence of children? We should have, in my opinion, just as strong a reaction to the absence of children as to the death of humans. Because in both cases, the people are gone.
Hey, Elon, how you doing? Great job saving Twitter from the woke mind virus. And I don't know if you're a gamer, but...
I am. What gave it away? Because I do post frequently on the subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice, me too.
I do actually love it. People ask me, like, what are your hobbies? I'm like, well, I talk to my friends and family and I play video games.
Yeah, I left my Diablo 4 to come here, so...
Yeah.
But the...
yeah, exactly.
But the gaming industry is starting to see some results too of being a victim of the woke mind
totally.
virus.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I was wondering, with recent flops like
make video games great again.
Yeah, exactly. With recent flops like Conquered and Dustborn, games are prioritizing pronouns and things like that instead of actual gameplay. Yeah. So I was wondering, have you ever thought about making your own gaming studio and making an impact in the industry?
You know, if there's one thing I could say that would be a fun thing to do, it would be to start a gaming studio. Because I do actually intrinsically love video games. And I think actually if you apply sort of AI to video games, you could really make it just some make incredible video games. So yeah, I think just generally for content, the problem with like the sort of DEI and the woke mind virus is that it kills the art. You know, it's just like as soon as when you can see something that is forcibly imposed on the story and it's discordant, it destroys the art. And now it's hard to enjoy the story. It kicks you out of the story. Because you can just feel that you're being lectured.
And movies and TV and all that kind of stuff. It's like, let me just enjoy my video games. Man.
Exactly. I know, come on. Not video games, too. All right.
Hi, Elon. As a child of science fiction and being raised on Asimov and the grandeur and the beauty that came through his stories, I'm teaching my daughter the same thing. She's 6 years old.
Yeah.
And we've had conversations watching all of your rocket launches. And she's asked me, when can we go for a walk on the moon? So I have to ask, what's a realistic timeline for me to take my wife and my daughter to the moon and go for a walk?
Well, that's a great question. Well, with our goal with Starship is to enable anyone to go to the moon or Mars or elsewhere if they want to. And I think that is actually genuinely possible with a fully reusable rocket. You know, the fundamental breakthrough that's needed to make life multiplanetary and for us to be a spacefaring civilization is full and rapid reusability, which is what we have for every other form of transport. You know, we've got, you know, our cars are reusable, our planes are reusable, bicycles, horses, they're all reusable. But rockets historically have not been reusable. They've been single use. And that means you've got to have a whole new rocket every time you fly, which obviously makes it extremely expensive. But with Starship, we are close to achieving full and rapid reusability. And that then drops the cost of space travel by literally 10,000%. Like, no exaggeration. It's like 10,000% improvement. It's insane. Well, it's the difference between, you know, if you have to refuel your car or get a new car. What's that? That's a really big cost difference. You know, and imagine, and the current the situation historically with rockets is like if you went on a journey, if it was a car, you'd have to get a car and then tow a smaller car behind you to leave the other car there and then come back in the little car. Which is insane. You need a second car just for the return journey. So that has made space insanely expensive. But once it's fully reusable, now the cost is simply whatever it takes to refill the rocket. That's it. And that's a massive change. So thanks.
Hi, Elon. My name is Amanda. I'm a single homeschooling mom of a beautiful daughter. I chose to do this because of the inefficient education being provided through this country's public school system.
Yeah, I think our education system is messed up. I mean, they're just like indoctrinating kids with like crazy ideas.
California alone gets approximately $23 billion in federal funding, which only accounts for 6 to 9% of funding for the state's K through 12 schools.
Right.
Yet they still have the lowest graduation rates of any state in the U.S.
Yes.
How can we better use our funding federally to make sure our students in public school receive a proper education that prepares them for the workforce without the misallocation of taxpayer federal funding that the students seem to not be benefiting from anyway?
Well, I mean, if we make the funding contingent on student performance, then I think that would be a difference. I mean, right now there's no feedback loop, so schools can be terrible, teachers can be terrible, and nothing happens. And it doesn't matter if there's what the results are. So if you have no feedback loop for improvement, if there's neither punishment nor reward, there's no reward for excellence and there's no punishment for failure, then you're going to have basically communism. Then it's bread lines and ugly shoes. So we don't want that. Yeah, I mean, I met someone a few months ago who was telling me how he grew up and his father was an ambassador, and he went to Hungary when it was still under communism, and he remembers going into a store and trying to buy something, and you had to basically beg the store clerk to allow you to buy something. Okay, he's like, I was like, it's like, please do me a favor and allow me to buy this thing. That's how crazy it gets. But if you've got no feedback loop, essentially the store clerk knows that they'll never get fired, doesn't matter what happens, and they could be great or they could be terrible, nothing happens. Then you get the outcome you should expect, which is terrible results. Whatever you incent will happen. And so we need to have an incentive for excellence, where there's reward for excellence and there's punishment for failure. That's it.
Hi, Elon. My name is Finn, and I actually go to your alma mater, the Wharton School of Finance.
All right.
And I serve as finance director of the UPenn College Republican. Shout out CRs.
That's good.
Shout out Penn CRs. And I just want to ask you, I know this is the moment. We're in Pennsylvania, and we need to re-elect Donald J. Trump as U.S. president. How do you recommend I do my part in going about that, being a fearless leader on the campus that you were once a part of,
right?
But also navigating these layers and layers of just communists that kind of control every institution in this country?
Well, I mean, I think just with respect to this election, like I said, I think being loud and proud is a good idea. Like, wear a Trump T-shirt, put a sign on the lawn, wear a MAGA hat, type of thing. I mean, honestly, it's like at this point, it's just like, yeah. And then if people confront you, say, yeah, that's right. That's how it goes. So, yeah. So, yeah, man. but like I said, I think if this really is a pivotal election, super big deal. It's really a difference between freedom and opportunity, or oppression and communism, essentially. That's what we're looking at. So I think this is if Donald Trump is not elected, I think this is the last election. Yeah.
Hey, Elon. This was not planned, but I'm also a current undergraduate studying business at the University of Pennsylvania, who, as a young man, really takes great inspiration in your work and story. Earlier, you mentioned that the government deficit is growing at an unparalleled rate and needs to be stopped through a separate department for efficiency. Given the fact that government spending is increasing and taxes are unlikely to get cut in a meaningful manner, how do you think the United States can best decrease our government deficit to invest in the future of our generation? And secondly, and more importantly, what advice do you have for young men today who are seeking to achieve their full potential? Thanks, and go Quakers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really think we've got to cut government spending. Let me put it this way. Ultimately, there will be no choice but to cut government spending. And when the government runs a deficit, that is a tax. And it's a tax on people who are saving money. It's a tax on people who least deserve it, really. Because inflation, so that everyone understands, the only thing that causes inflation is government overspending, because the checks never bounce. When the federal government writes them, the checks never bounce. So government overspending is taxation. It's just a pernicious form of taxation that shows up in the rising price of goods and services. So the only answer is to dramatically cut government spending and have it be efficient. Spend on what is only what is necessary, and spend it well. That's the path to prosperity, and any other path leads to doom. So it's got to be done. Yeah. I mean, in terms of general advice, I'd say it's like try to be as useful and productive as possible. I do think we have an over-allocation of really smart people in America in finance and law. So that's both a compliment and a criticism. That we should have more smart people in sort of manufacturing and basically producing goods and services than in finance and law. I think we over-allocate to finance and law in the U.S. Like a good test would be like you're on a desert island. Who do you want with you? A lawyer? Probably not. So it's not to say that we shouldn't have lawyers, but just we should maybe not have as many lawyers. And so I think if you want to say like, what would be a useful skill to have if you're stranded on a desert island, and aim for that.
Hey Elon, thanks very much for coming, and thanks for everything you're doing for the human species. And I wanted to know what you think, like where you see humans 1,000 years from now, assuming there isn't a nuclear situation, and what you think about, the nuclear situation currently and non-proliferation. And you talk a lot about, at these events and in your interviews, going to Mars in order to safeguard humanity. But there's a lot of things that can occur that could affect the whole solar system. So what do you plan to do about that as well?
The whole solar system? I mean, well, look, I think if we can just, I do think that there is an important threshold where if we're able to make life multiplanetary, meaning like that you can get to the point on Mars where Mars can grow by itself even if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming, that's the critical threshold where the probable lifespan of civilization is dramatically greater. So it's not enough just to go to Mars and have like a small base or something like that. You've got to actually have enough resources on Mars that if resupply ships stop coming for any reason, and it could be that things on Earth ended with a bang or a whimper, and currently it's trending to end, it's sort of tragic, currently things are trending to end with a whimper in adult diapers because of the lack of birth rate. So, but as soon as we can make life multiplanetary, sustainably multiplanetary, the probable lifespan of civilization is dramatically greater. And I think that's really the fundamental test, is can we get to that point before civilization collapses? Can we make life sustainably multiplanetary before something happens on Earth to prevent that from occurring? And if we do, the future is exciting and bright. And Mars may one day come back and save Earth, just like America came back and saved Europe and saved the rest of the world. 3 times last century. 3 times. 3 times America saved the world last century. And what a disaster would have been if America had not existed. And one day, Mars may play that same role on Earth.
Good evening, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask, as a citizen of the United States and the United Kingdom, if you could get Donald Trump to pressure the United Kingdom and the EU to get you into those summits, to get more American businesses into Europe and not to be so aggressive.
Well, I think there's some weird things going on in Europe. There's a lot of, I mean, although we've got quite a lot of bureaucracy here, but in Europe they've got country-level bureaucracy, and then they've got EU bureaucracy on top of that. I mean, the EU headquarters in Brussels is a monument to bureaucracy. It's really next level. And they unlike America, they don't have a First Amendment. You don't actually have freedom of speech in Europe. We're kind of like a pretty rare situation having freedom of speech. So, like there's crazy stuff happening in the UK where people are getting 2-3 year prison sentences for Facebook posts. Yeah, I don't think I should go to visit Britain because they're gonna drag out some tweet and say 2 years in prison for this tweet or something bullshit like that. So anyway, I think that's it's Trump elected. We can put a stop to that stuff and say no way, no, nope. No throwing people in prison for random social media posts. That's crazy. Yeah, it's happened a lot. No, I mean it's so crazy in Britain that they actually have released convicted pedophiles in order to imprison people for making social media posts. That is a real thing that happened. Insane. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. I'm a medical student. Unfortunately, radical ideology, including gender-affirming surgery, chest feeding as they call it, has infiltrated our curriculum. Unfortunately, if you speak out against this, there are grave consequences. I have to meet in private with like-minded individuals to discuss this. I'm worried about the health of our patients and our citizens, and more importantly, the general trust in the medical system.
Yes.
As a society, how do we push out these ideologies, but also, I guess, prevent, speak out and have freedom of speech without facing the fear of retribution?
Well, elect Trump, honestly. The problem is that the government institutions under the formerly liberal left are pushing for censorship, under the guise of something being hate speech or being their favorite word, disinformation. I find it hilarious when CNN was complaining and saying that I'm pushing disinformation. I'm like, are you kidding? CNN? Look in the mirror. Should rename himself DNN, Disinformation News Network. It's nonstop bullshit. But obviously it should be okay to debate things. Words are not violence. There's a big difference, and we need the sort of, you need to be able to speak your mind and say what you want without severe repercussions. But there is I mean, it's wild, but prominent Democrats multiple times have said the Constitution is an obstacle. They want to get rid of the First Amendment, and they will if they can. It's insane. I strongly believe, with respect to any kind of gender surgeries, there should not be any permanent changes to children. This is crazy. A child cannot consent. It's like if you need to be 18 to have a tattoo, well then I think you need to be 18 to have to be sterilized. At least you need to be 21 to have alcohol. So it should be illegal to take actions on children that permanently affect their future, and they may subsequently come to regret. I believe in maximizing people's happiness, but allowing a child to do something crazy during their teenage years that affects them for the rest of their lives is not doing good for that child at all, you know? So leave the kids alone. So, yeah.
Hi, Mr. Musk. I'll keep it as short as possible. Right now, I'm also a student at Penn, and I was wondering what you think education in college in particular is the best, and probably more importantly, the worst at preparing people for the real world. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I do think it's important to study. I think it's good to study a wide range of things. I think it is important to study, I think, engineering and physics, so that you understand how reality works. I think it's also important to study history and literature. I mean, so it's not purely a matter of studying, engineering and maths and physics. But I think if you don't, if somebody does not study physics at all, then it's hard to tell the difference between what is a real technology and what is witchcraft. So, physics allows you to sort of distinguish between witchcraft and reality. And you sort of learn, well, why does an airplane fly? Why does a microwave heat food? Why do these devices work? How is your phone able to receive information through the air invisibly? If you study physics and engineering, you get to understand these things. But I think it's also important to study, history and philosophy and literature. So I'd go with a wide range of subjects, but make sure that physics is in there somewhere. Yeah. Well, I think if somebody's like the CEO of an airplane company, they should know how airplanes fly. Yeah. Call me crazy. I mean,
Hi, Elon. I'm in college right now studying computer science, so I've taken a big interest in AI and specifically your work in it. You've talked a lot about AGI and how an omnipotent AI could make the decision to kill all humans to avoid misgendering them.
Yes.
As you know, the way LLMs work, large language models, is they just predict the next word that comes in a sequence. So how do you see it going from something like that to something that can think and make decisions with the power to do that?
Well, I think that's happening pretty quickly. So, yeah, I mean, I think when you distill any given field down into its first principles, essentially, I think you can almost think of intelligence like a compression problem, where for any given field, it can be physics or any field, you can distill things down to their most basic axiomatic elements, the things that are extremely likely to be true, and then you can reason up from there to reach a cogent conclusion. I think if you apply that sort of first principles compression to a field, and then you decompress it and can test the results against reality, then AI is capable of innovation and discovering new physics. But this is a esoteric subject. That's how humans have done it essentially. Physics has been about figuring out the formulas that define reality. But you can also think of it as the compression or decompression formulas for reality. If you have a starting point and you run the physics formulas, you will eventually get a reality like us. Economics is a simple subject.
Hi, Elon. My name is Lev Parado, and I am the designer of Asteroid, the zero-G indicator for the Polaris Dawn crew. My question is, when are we going to send kids under the age of 18 to space? We need to have other generations to space to start a colony.
We do, absolutely. Well, I think it should be, if Starship is ultimately successful, which I think it will be if it's not stopped by the government, then anyone who wants to go to the moon or Mars or elsewhere will be able to go, which includes kids and families and anyone who wants to go and kind of homestead on Mars, essentially, which I think would be very exciting. It will not be, to be clear, going to Mars at first will be difficult and dangerous. So not a luxury expedition, but a difficult one, much as the creation of America was. Thank you. Yeah, I think I could probably do a few more questions, and then we'll call it a night.
Thank you. This is such an honor. Thank you so much, Mr. Musk. I want to thank you for everything you're doing, and God bless you and your family.
Thank you.
We're talking about such amazing things, our future, but to bring everybody back to reality in 18 days, it's the decision on whether or not that future will happen. So we're in Pennsylvania, the battleground state, and there's an anxiety because They're saying that we're not going to have a count for a couple days, so we don't know exactly what to do. You had suggested using Twitter to show what we're seeing. If you could elaborate on that part of it.
Yeah. I mean, really, essentially, if you have any concerns or you feel like there's anything inappropriate happening, then you should definitely post it on the X platform so that people are aware of it. Yeah.
Have all of our information. I personally would volunteer if, who knows what's going to happen. If you need bodies for Chad counting, whatever had happened in the past, I would volunteer, and I would think everybody else in here would be offering to.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll just do two more questions. So one more there and one more there. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Musk. I'm not able to vote yet, but I still enjoy educating myself about our political world. My question is, how can a young American prepare themselves and inspire others for a rapidly evolving political and social world?
Well, I guess you want to. What's the future you want to build? I guess a future where, I don't know, there's immense prosperity for all, and we're out there exploring the stars. I mean, that's something that I find, really exciting. Reach for the stars. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. So.
My name's Brody. I'm a college Republican at JMU. Today's actually my 19th birthday.
Happy birthday.
A week ago, I would not have thought that I would have the opportunity to talk to you. I was just wondering, what advice would you give to a college freshman, and also why hasn't Tesla bought Rivian?
I wish Rivian the best. I hope they do well. The car industry is a very difficult industry. There's only two U.S. car companies that haven't gone bankrupt, and that's Ford and Tesla. And Rivian's going to have a hard time. It's just insanely difficult to compete in the car industry. That is a hard problem, I have to say. In fact, if it were not for not just one but two technology discontinuities, one being electrification and the other being autonomy, I think Tesla could not succeed without solving both. Not just one, but both. So, all right. Well, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. It's been an honor. It's been an honor talking, and I'd just like to encourage everyone out there to get everyone registered. The shot clock is running out. We've got until midnight on Monday. Get every friend, family member, strangers on the street, everyone you can find, get them registered to vote, and let's win this election. Let's go! Wow, this is amazingly great energy. Thank you for coming. So I'm holding my phone since we're doing sort of a live spaces as well as a video cast. So I'm holding my phone for that reason. If you see me holding, why is he holding his phone? We're doing a live X Spaces at the same time as a video stream. So I'll be able to take some questions from, as many questions as possible from the audience and as well from people online. But as you can see, I'm obviously here in person. This is me, not a clone of me. And the reason I'm here in person is because Pennsylvania is so important to the future of the world. You show what matters by your actions, not your words. And my actions are: I'm here, I'm in Pennsylvania, and I'm here for a very important reason. Which is. I can't emphasize enough that Pennsylvania is, I think, the linchpin in this election. And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization. And I think the things we all want are simple, sensible, I think common sense things. we obviously want secure borders. We want safe cities. Sensible spending, so that we don't have crazy inflation. We want freedom of speech. We want the Constitution to be upheld. And I'm being told at times that these are like right-wing values. I'm like, are you insane? There's literally the fundamental values that made America what it is today. And anyone who's against those things is fundamentally anti-American. And the hell with them. Yeah. I see I'm getting a lot of agreement from everyone in this room. So I actually lived in Pennsylvania for 3 years, by the way. I'm no stranger to the state. I lived in the city for 3 years. I went to school here. So, I know the state. I'm not some, just arrived situation. I've been here, spent 3 years of my life here. So, it's a great state. Love it, and, yeah, it was awesome. But the thing is, I was talking to friends of mine who, like when I went to Penn, it was very dangerous at the time, but everyone thought it would get better would get better as the years went on. One of the issues was students would get killed from time to time, and that's pretty bad, obviously. And I was talking to someone who recently graduated from Penn. They said, actually, it's worse. And I'm like, it's worse? What the hell is going on? It's like, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the reality is that if someone is a violent criminal, where they either are unable to control their violence or they like it, if you do not incarcerate them, they will hurt people. That's what it comes down to. So if you don't put hardened criminals in jail, they will kill people. That's what it comes down to. And that's, unfortunately, the situation we have here is that the Democratic Party will not put hardened criminals in prison. And so they roam free, and they prey upon you, and your kids, and your family, and your friends. This is insane. How can we be the most powerful country in the world, and it's not safe to walk around our cities? What the hell is going on? Yeah. I mean, Soros, honestly, misanthropic. He's for someone who has, sort of claims to be doing good, but actually he is not. He is tearing down the fabric of society. So terrible. Yeah. But I think it's just unbelievable that you should be able to feel safe walking around American cities. And it's not just Philadelphia has a challenge. New York has a challenge. Every major city in the U.S. Like my mom lives in New York, for example. 3 of her friends have been assaulted on the street this year. It's like, and it's getting worse. And now, when she takes her dog for a walk, she has to stay, inside of the building so she can call for help if need be. This is not the future we want. And if we get 4 more years of this, I mean, we're going to be fully Mad Max, And it's like, it's nice to watch a Mad Max movie, but we don't want to be in the Mad Max movie, okay? So yeah, and then the whole border thing is just insane. I always want to try to figure out what is the truth of the matter, what's really going on. So on the border situation, it's like, is it real or is it not real? So I went there in person and I just literally live streamed what I saw. And our border looks like World War Z. Okay, it's like zombie apocalypse. It's insane. So this is, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. Yeah, I mean, we're just saying, like, you know, we have to have real borders, or if you don't have real borders, you don't have a real country. And obviously, as someone who's an immigrant, I'm pro-immigrant. I just want to make sure that people who come here are going to be assets to society, and that they're going to raise our standard of living. You know. You know, I think the sort of sports team analogy is a good one. So, like, let's say you're a pro sports team, you want to win the championship, then, well, you want aces on your team, obviously, because they help the whole team win. You know, so the same is true for immigration. If we have this sort of equivalent of, like, you know, Kobe Bryant or Steph Curry or LeBron or something like that, if they want to join the team, like, absolutely, of course. Do you like winning? Yeah, okay. But if they can't play basketball, they shouldn't be joining. So that's real important. And yeah, and then something that doesn't get a lot of attention is the fact that the federal government is spending America into bankruptcy. You know, which is crazy. It's sort of, and that's really what leads to inflation. Is that when the government spends more than it brings in, that's what causes inflation. Yeah, so it's just a pernicious tax. So there has to be we have to radically reduce the amount of government spending so that we don't rack up a debt that is impossible to repay and drive the country to bankruptcy. I mean, just basic stuff, really, you know. These shouldn't be controversial topics. It's just like normal. Common sense, exactly. And you know, you're seeing all these attacks on freedom of speech, and they're like attacking me for freedom. It's like, yo, that's the First Amendment, like literally the first one. You know, tells me it's a high priority. And the reason they had the First Amendment was because, you know, the countries people came from, if you spoke your mind, you'd be imprisoned or killed. That's why you have it. That's really important. And then the right to bear arms is also really important. That's there to protect, you know. I mean, the Second Amendment is there to protect the First Amendment. So. As soon as the government can disarm the people, they can do anything they want. And we've seen this in one country after another. They take the guns away from the people, then they do fake elections, and then the people try to protest and they just get shot. That's what happened in Venezuela recently. They had a fake election. Maduro lost, like massively lost, like, you know, 70% loss. And he's like, oh no, I won. And everyone's like, oh, you didn't win. There were big protests in the street. But the thing is that Chavez, when he came into power, took away everyone's guns. So now you're facing, you know, soldiers with assault rifles. Were you going to throw some sticks at them or something? Use finger guns? It doesn't work. So Maduro, even though he lost the election, is still in power. And that's the kind of risk that we face. So we got to do everything possible to protect the Constitution. And I think this is, yeah. So you know, for all those reasons, that's why, you know, after thinking about it hard, it was very clear to me that Donald Trump has to win this election. It really does. And so I think the most important thing that you can do, and what I'm asking everyone to do, is make sure that you're registered to vote, and then vote early, and then talk to your friends and family and everyone you know, to make sure that they're registered to vote, because Monday is the deadline for voting registration. And honestly, this is, if there's ever a time to be a pest with your friends and family, this is the time. You know, just, yeah. This is the time. Everyone you know, everyone you meet, everyone you run into, register them to vote, and then get them to vote immediately. And we only have until Monday night to register to vote. So the next basically 3 days are essential. And I think we see this election decided in Pennsylvania by, it could be 10,000 votes, it could be 1,000 votes, it could be 10 votes, it could be some very tiny number. So every incremental person is a huge difference. So, you know, I haven't been politically active before. I'm politically active now because I think the future of America and the future of civilization is at stake. So. Yeah. So, yeah, please go all out registering people. We have 3 days. Let's go. Anything you possibly do. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or take comments from the audience, and yeah. Thank you.
So we'll form a line. We'll do one question per person, okay?
Yeah, I have the mic.
Yeah.
Where's the line?
All right.
Here.
Elon, first of all, welcome to Ridley Township.
Thank you.
Delaware County, and welcome to Ridley School District and our beautiful high school.
Yep.
Because you made this your first stop, we'd love to make you an honorary Ridley Raider.
Thank you.
I'd like to give you this shirt, football jersey. Sports is big in Ridley, big in Delaware County. This is Musk's 67 counties in Pennsylvania. We got to turn every one of them red.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
First question is, what can all of us here, everybody in this auditorium, everybody watching the live stream, what can we do now to make sure we get Donald Trump across the finish line in Pennsylvania and everywhere else in this country?
Yeah, it's fundamentally for the next 3 days, just everyone needs to focus on registering friends, family, acquaintances, everyone you know. Because if you're not registered by Monday, that's why I'm being sort of repetitive about this and really emphasizing this. Anyone not registered by Monday evening, or if they're registered incorrectly, their vote won't count. They won't be able to vote. So we have 3 days. It's all about registration, 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 registration every single day. And like I said, this election could be decided by a handful of people. It could just be that a little bit of extra effort on voter registration decides the entire future of civilization. So that's why I'm saying, man, this is, if there's ever a weekend to spend going hog wild on registration, this is it. Yeah. Whoa.
Hi, Elon. Thank you so much for being here. It means so much, and I think it's really in line with your character as I've come to know you from listening to you speak in interviews. In addition to voting for Donald Trump, what can the average citizen do to help train AI to be truth-seeking?
Well, I think definitely, publicly pushing to ensure that AI is truth-seeking and is not sort of politically correct, or which means factually incorrect. That's a big deal. Like, just speak out on social media, and certainly complain loudly when other companies attempt to essentially program their AI with a dystopian San Francisco, Berkeley philosophy And if you want to know where that philosophy leads, just walk around the streets of San Francisco. But be careful, because do not get killed by a violent drug zombie, because they're all over this downtown SF. It's insane. So you can see what, where does that philosophy lead? And unfortunately, I think a lot of the AIs are being programmed, at least implicitly, with that misanthropic, dystopian philosophy. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. Right here. On your right.
Sorry, with the lights in my eyes and stuff, it's hard to see, so. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm originally from Malaysia, and I've been here 20 years. I came here legally. I see a lot of immigration and a lot of immigrants who came here legally. They all support Trump, and they want a strong economy. They want, family values and all that. And oh, by the way, I came here because my daughter goes to school here, and she told me to come over. I used to be really, really active in promoting, Trump campaign 4 years ago, and I got burned out, and I'm so frustrated, and it's all because of the cheating. So, what are we going to do with that?
Well, there is, I think, some amount of cheating that takes place. It's hard because they've, when you have mail-in ballots and no sort of proof of citizenship, it becomes almost impossible to prove cheating is the issue. So a lot of people on the Dem side will say there's no cheating, and I'm like, you've made it impossible to actually prove that there's cheating. But statistically, there are some very strange things that happen that are statistically incredibly unlikely. So. There's always this sort of question of, say, the Dominion voting machines. It is weird that I think they're used in Philadelphia and in Maricopa County, but not in a lot of other places. Doesn't that seem like a heck of a coincidence? So I think we should, in my view, we should only do paper ballots hand counted. That's it. I'm a technologist. I know a lot about computers, and I'm like, the last thing I would do is trust a computer program, because it's just too easy to hack. It's too easy to add just one line, and it's really difficult to hack paper ballots. So, it's in-person voting with proof of with ID, which, by the way, every country has. I mean, almost every country that has democratic elections requires in-person voting with voter ID. It's super weird to not have that. I think that's the only way to effectively address fraud. Given that we are today, I think we just need a very big margin of victory. If the margin of victory is big enough, then as they say, it's got to beat the cheat. Yeah. So that's it.
Elon, first off, you're my hero, and I love your sneakers.
Thank you.
So if you do choose to be the head of the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah, Doge.
Yep. What do you think about we stop giving money to other countries such as Israel, Ukraine, and we stop funding forever wars that most likely is going to the deep state anyway?
Yeah. Well, I think in general the amount of waste that happens with the federal government is really staggering. It's a staggering amount of waste of taxpayer money. And if we're, for any given expenditure, we have to say, well, what does this do for the citizens of America? Like, how is this good for the people of America? It's their money. Like, for some weird reason, a lot of people in the sort of, state or whatever, the politicians, they seem to forget that the money being spent is your money. And if it's not being spent in a way that is beneficial to the American people, it's a misuse of the funds. So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money that's being spent where sort of illegals are getting more benefits than citizens. And, like, what the heck is that? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. So as we bring government spending and look inward to our country, I am a government employee. I care about innovation and efficiency. With your vision for a Department of Government Efficiency, what can we do? How can we support you? And also, how can we spot the needs of people in North Carolina? The body count is abnormally underreported. What can we do to press on that and to support people within our country?
Sure. Well, I do think that government efficiency is not simply about reducing the size of government, but making sure that there are incentives for excellent work. So if somebody's, whatever you incent will happen. So if you have incentives for excellent work, and by the same token, if someone's not doing excellent work, they're exited. Just like normal. It's really what happens in a properly functioning company is that you reward, or think of a sports team. The players that are doing well, they get rewarded, and the players that are not doing well, they exit the team. And that should just be how it works. And I think that'll have a profound effect on the effectiveness of government, because whatever you incent will happen. So if the incentives are aligned with saving people in North Carolina, then that's what will happen. But if you have a sort of a failed response to the disasters, to the hurricane disasters, and no one even gets fired, well, okay, what do you expect? No one's going to take action. So people if there's a track record of failure, you have to exit the people who failed. Otherwise, people will look around and say, well, I guess I don't need to do anything because, nothing bad happens to you, even if you do a terrible job and people die, which is insane. So.
Hi, Elon. Hi, Elon. Can you tell us about your trip to Israel?
Yeah. It was a very moving trip. So, it's a very moving trip. Definitely one of the toughest regions to, how do you, what set of actions result in the greater good in Israel? I mean, obviously, you cannot have people who, if they want to slaughter everyone in Israel, you got to stop that. There's no way. Those people either need to be killed or incarcerated, or they will simply try to kill more Israelis. This is what it amounts to, obviously. And they want to kill Americans too, by the way. Generally, Israel is referred to as the little Satan in America. We are the big Satan. That's what the Ayatollah calls us. So, so I think, I think a lot of what's happening there is people are being taught to hate, in Gaza from when they're children. They're taught to hate, and that's really the thing that needs to stop for there to be, long-term peace. Hopefully, is that you just cannot have the kids be taught to hate from the moment they can talk. That's fundamental. So, yeah. So, so I think there's it's kind of a three-step process there, which is you've mentioned one has to do the difficult thing, which is to yes, eliminate Hamas, exactly, and then I think also going forward, anyone who's teaching hatred in Gaza or elsewhere, they need to stop doing that. That can't be acceptable. We have to stop, kids being taught to hate America in America. So. And then the third thing that's also very important is that there has to be economic prosperity in Gaza. So this is very difficult. It's like, how do you sort of, after terrible things have been done, you then have to sort of you have to bring prosperity to Gaza, and that's the thing that will ensure, provided kids are not taught to hate and there's long-term prosperity, I think there will be peace in Gaza. And we see an example of that after World War II, where with Germany and Japan, they were defeated. They obviously did terrible things, but changed the education system. And unlike World War I, we helped rebuild Japan and Germany. The Marshall Plan. Instead of exacting vengeance, America insisted we're going to help rebuild Germany, we're going to help rebuild Japan, and now they're our allies. And there's been no war ever since.
And I want to say congratulations on the successful redocking of your rocket. Big deal. And I'm going to go...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a great week. We had the Tesla sort of cool autonomous car and robot stuff, which I think is going to be really, really great. I think, who wouldn't want their own personal C-3PO R2-D2? It'd be awesome, So I think that we're going to build some awesome helper robots and autonomous cars, and then this is a good day. Fate is smiling upon us here. Thank you. And we caught the rocket, which is just totally nuts. You see that rocket booster? It's the largest, heaviest flying object ever made, and it just got caught by Mechazilla arms. Kind of like Karate Kid, but bigger. Catch on the fly with the chopsticks.
So
yeah.
My question is, do you think there is a shadow government behind the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, let me put it this way: it's not Biden. We know that for a fact. Okay. The dude has barely got 2 functional neurons, so it's like, and he just seems to be at the beach a lot, and he's obviously not in charge. I mean, when the polls started going low on Biden, he was saying, oh, he's staying in the race, but then I guess the real powers that be told him he's not, It's like,
so who is it that's behind him? We know Obama, okay, but Obama...
I mean, I'm just as curious as you are. It is, as far as I can determine, there isn't any one sort of puppet master. It's more like there's 1,000 or, I don't know, a lot. But I mean, I'd like to talk to them to understand more about, listen, what are your goals, puppet masters? I'm just curious. I mean, maybe I agree with some of them. It's possible. But it's just obvious that Biden's not in charge. It's obvious that Kamala's not in charge. I mean, they just replaced the Biden puppet with the Kamala puppet. Very obviously. And so you can tell, if the teleprompter stops working, then the puppet breaks. And it's like, oh. the puppet just starts looping because the teleprompter broke. I don't have a teleprompter. I can just talk like a normal human. So I mean, I think it's not, from what I can tell, it's not one puppet master, it's many, but, interesting to see the crossover between the Epstein client list and Kamala's puppet masters. I bet there's a lot of names that appear in both lists.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Diddy too.
Can you hook up a little higher so I'm to Ben?
Diddy did it.
Elon, my name is Gregory Stenstrom. I'm from here, Delaware County. There are 2 people who know me. In my hands, you asked earlier you'd like to go to a hand count. We have 3 federal suits right now. One, because we know for a fact, and we have proof, that the election code in the machines in Dominion and Harlingen Civic are fraudulent here, right here in Delaware County. The Secretary of State for their elections, Jonathan Marks, admitted this in court last week.
Wow, he did?
In court, on a transcript.
I didn't read about that. For some reason,
Well, of course you didn't.
For some reason, the
how many people here know
legacy
me?
media forgot to report about that one.
How many people here know me? Quite a few.
I mean, I usually keep up with these things, and I did not know that.
Well, we're also co-defendants, Leah Hoops and myself, also from Delaware County. We're co-defendants with President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in a defamation suit where we proved over 952 days that there was massive election fraud in 2020. We proved it in court. It's a matter of public record. We also have the proof that the election machines that are currently being used are fraudulent. We have videos right now that I can show you of ballot boxes being stuffed here in Delaware County, Montgomery County, Chester County, and across the state.
Okay.
We have that video. We have submitted this to the federal courts in 3 federal cases. We have a SCOTUS case right here.
Yeah.
And the SCOTUS case is just simple. It asks the DOJ to rescind their policy not to investigate election fraud.
Which seems crazy.
We are being blocked.
Yeah, I mean,
blocked,
this DOJ
blocked.
is doing a great. Don't know what. Just take the J out of the name. You know. Department of Injustice.
What I'd like you to do, Elon, is I don't want to take too much time, and I know this is kind of a shock, but we have a book here, The Parallel Election. I have the Supreme Court case, and I have the federal suits here. We've called your people. We've called the people who are supposed to be helping. We have hundreds of people right now ready.
Yeah.
They're out taking videos. They're training poll workers, and we are not getting support from many of the people in the first front rows here. And their pictures, if you want to know who they are in this book.
Well,
I'd like to give it to them.
Let's. What I recommend is to post content on the X platform, and then people can argue and say it's right or wrong, but you know, if you have videos or evidence, then post them publicly on social media, and then people can you know, judge for themselves. Exactly. Okay, great, excellent, thank you. But anyway, let's not get contentious. This is I think, you know, teamwork makes the dream work here, and whatever the situation, I don't want to dissuade anyone from voting. It's very important to vote. So you know, any actions with respect to voting machines and whatnot, we certainly want to put them under intense scrutiny, but it's nonetheless, everyone needs to vote. And like I said, if you leave here with one thing, the goal is to register as many people as possible to vote. That is the goal, and we only have until Monday night. That is the goal. One mission, bam.
Hi, Elon. Thank you for being here. First, I want to thank you as somebody with a spinal cord injury for being innovative, because not many people are. I won't take up the time, but 18,000 people a year are injured. So thank you.
Absolutely, and I'm hopeful that Neuralink can do a lot. Actually, you know, initially providing the ability for anyone who's lost the brain-body connection to be able to interface with their phone and computer faster than a human with working hands, which is, I think, really cool. And then, but down the road, I think it'll be possible to restore a whole body functionality. If you have a Neuralink in the motor cortex that then shunts past where the neurons are damaged in the spine, I'm confident that long term you can actually restore people's ability to walk and use their hands.
I appreciate it. I would love to work with you on getting support around here, but
yeah, and in fact, one of the things that, you know, and to be fair, the FDA has been, within the context of their current rules, has been actually quite supportive. They've given us sort of express lane, you know, because they've seen the quality of the work and the sophistication of the technology. They have given us sort of fast track approval, but still, you know, our progress is limited by regulatory issues. And that's the same thing that's happening with SpaceX. It's like SpaceX can build a giant rocket, faster than the license can be processed by the government, which is insane. So, I should mention, like, one of the most fundamental things about me supporting, and maybe the biggest showstopper of all for me, in terms of why I feel Donald Trump must win, is that we have to have sensible regulations. We have so many regulatory. Last time I checked, we have 428 agencies. There's more than an agency a year has been created since America was a country. Like, we've got almost twice as many agencies as years that America's been a country, which means an agency has been created. There's like sometimes two new agencies per year created, which is just madness. So America is being smothered by overregulation. It's like I call it slow strangulation by overregulation. That's the, yeah.
I would like to ask about natural gas and lithium. That's kind of what. Pennsylvania is rich of natural resources and fracking gas and lithium, which could benefit not only our state, but our entire country. However, many residents, and I have to be honest, along 350 miles of Pennsylvania, had real challenges like eminent domain and the destruction of water sources, such as what happened with the Mariner East pipeline. How can we ensure that while utilizing these resources, we work closely with local governments and residents without the federal government overreaching and forcing land from homeowners? Effective communication with citizens and their involvement in these decisions is crucial. What role do you see for technology or private industry in making sure that this process is transparent and fair? Because believe you me, lots of people were forced with eminent domain and aquifers poisoned all across Pennsylvania, including our veterans. And this has been a real problem since 2016. So we want to support our workers and use our gas, but we need to be careful of what we're taking from people who've lived here, families for centuries.
Certainly, I believe in sensible regulation. So, what I see happening is that there are all sorts of, there's a mountain of rules that actually don't benefit people, and then there's missing rules that do benefit people. So it's this bizarre Kafkaesque nightmare of regulations where ultimately the good of the people is not served. And we get regulatory delays for things that are fake. Meanwhile, bad things are allowed to happen simply because someone filled out the paperwork and gamed the system. So that's what I mean. It's when I say like Department of Government Efficiency, I mean addressing addressing any issue which is not in the interest of the people, and we do need to, at times, fight against what large corporations are pushing for, because some of them are very short-term, and some large corporations do bad things. Corporations are like people. Like, some people are good people. It's like, some corporations are good, some are sort of meddling, and sometimes some corporations are bad. And it's just like people, is the way to think of corporations. So we've got to stop the corporations that want to do bad things. Make sure they're doing things that are in the interest of the people. And then corporations that want to do good things, they shouldn't be slowed down by smothering regulation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and I think these things should be done very much in the open so people can understand what's going on, and nothing, in the shadows. So sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Hey, Elon, how are you? I'm Rob. These are two tough acts to follow here, but my question's a little more simple. What are some of the first courses of action you plan to take as the head of government efficiency if Trump gets elected, and do you have any areas of concern in particular?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I definitely, the focus right now is making sure that Trump wins the election. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. And I think if Trump loses, we're going to see, our cities are going to get less safe. The border's obviously going to be wide open. We're going to see government spending go ballistic. It's inflation go nuts. It's going to be just bad on every level. And fundamentally, if the current trend of of strangulation by overregulation is not turned around, we will never get to Mars. It just will be illegal. And there will be a one-planet civilization, there won't be a space-faring civilization, and Starfleet will never be real. And we want Starfleet to be real. Yeah. So, now I've had quite a bit of interaction with the government, because SpaceX is the biggest NASA contractor, actually. Does a lot of work for NASA. And I'm a big fan of the agency, by the way. But there's, there are expenditures that don't make a lot of sense, that are wasteful. And we need to put a stop to that. Honestly, there's so much government waste that's going on that I would call it a target-rich environment. Like, it's hard, like, in every direction. There's this just mad waste. And I think simply, if people simply know that, well, if they waste a ton of taxpayer money, they're going to get fired, that will immediately improve the situation. Immediately. It's like, yeah, it's just literally, and I think, but actually it's going to be both carrot and stick. It's like, so if a government official is very effective in spending your money, because taxpayer money is your money. If they're effective in spending your money, they should be promoted, they should be rewarded. And if they waste your money, or do something that's basically corruption, they should be fired, obviously. They have a duty to spend your money well. Yeah.
Hey, Elon. As a veteran who was deployed because of... So what would you say to an administration and a candidacy that is spreading lies or disinformation about the troops that are currently in combat, my friends?
Yeah, can you believe that was said?
Dossier and Hunter Biden's laptop, president's decline, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, during the Trump-Kamala debate, she said there was no active duty soldiers out there. I'm like, I know a whole bunch of them. What are you talking about? That's a shameful, terrible lie. And she wasn't even fact-checked. And I'm like, are you kidding? I mean, yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I just like to say, for the people, for the Americans out there who are serving in dangerous places right now, unlike what Kamala said, thank you for your service to the country.
Elon, thank you for stepping up to help America when you don't have to. Like, you could be on an island right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I could be, yeah, I have a lot of jobs. No, it's true. I mean, there are, a lot of people I know who are on a yacht, sipping a Mai Tai, whatever, in an island, that is a thing I could be doing. But I think I can't do that if I think the future of civilization is at stake, which I do.
My question for you, I guess, one, do you know Alberto Congawala? He's the system manager for Europa Clipper.
Oh,
which you sent,
that's a cool mission, by the way.
Which you sent into space on Monday.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. In fact, that was a mission where I talked to SpaceX team. It's like, every mission's important, but this mission's extra important. Yeah, because I'm like, I think like you, like I think most people, I want a future where you look forward to it and you're excited about what's going to happen, that we're going to learn new things, that it's going to be better than the past. And a future where we're a spacefaring civilization, and we're out there among the stars, where Star Trek is real, that's exciting. I mean, there have to be, like, life can't just be about solving one problem after another. There have to be things that inspire you, that move your heart. You know?
Hi, Elon.
Yeah, that's a hard one to build, but at some point we should build a warp drive. But you know, but even without the warp drive, Starship, the rocket made by SpaceX, is capable of building a city on Mars and a city on the Moon. That's what it's designed to do. But we're being massively slowed down by regulatory molasses. I mean, I'll tell you like a crazy thing. Like we got fined $140,000 during launch. You know, which is one of cool launch pads that doesn't overheat. And in an excess of caution, we actually brought in drinking water, so clean, super clean water. And the FAA said, no, you have sky water, falls all the time. That is the same as the water that we used. There's lots of sky water. So, and as they're not going to process any of our future applications. So like, this is the kind of crazy stuff we're dealing with. Yeah. So.
Hi, Elon. My name is Sarah. I'm from Philadelphia. I have a whole team here. First of all, I am really excited about your quickly. I would like to sincerely like to accept our protocol. The proposal. You know, we want to have some further discussion with you to take our country back.
Well, thank you. Sure. Thanks. I guess this seat was kind of far away from the stage. So. You're most welcome. So, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Is there anything you want to say?
Well, thank you so much for, I truly believe everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Truly, you don't need to be doing, and I know a lot of us feel the same way. Your wealth and responsibility you are using to save speech, and we just all appreciate it. We really do. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So, let's see. Good times. I always get fired up with the incredible energy from you, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this kind of energy lights a fire in my soul. Honestly, it's just great. It's like really fantastic. So. Let's see. Yeah. Some of the things I'll say I've said before because it's important to say them a few times, just to make sure people get the message, and for people out there that maybe are seeing one of these talks for the first time and maybe didn't see the other talks. So forgive me if some of the things I say are repetitive, but some for people out there, a lot of them haven't heard these things at all. Most important is that the registration deadline in Pennsylvania ends at midnight tomorrow. So after that point, people cannot register to vote. So more than anything, it's register, register, register. You only have until midnight tomorrow. So definitely hound friends, family, acquaintances, people on the street, everyone you meet, to register. We've got to register. Wow, 90. Amazing. Congratulations. That's great. I hope I live to 90. You know, based on some of the damn hate I'm getting, I might not. Well, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye or an ear, or so I guess then it's just all fun and games with one eye and one ear. Fine, whatever, you know. But hopefully I don't get shot. It's no, but it's like a real it's crazy out there, you know. Yeah. Well. Anyway. You know, there was like, I was just on the cover of some big, like, I think it's the biggest magazine in Germany called Der Spiegel, which is like their Time magazine or something, saying that I'm enemy number 2. You know? Yeah. And I'm like, enemy number 2 of what? Democracy? I mean, I'm pro-democracy. All I'm literally trying to do is uphold the Constitution and ensure we have a free and fair election. Yeah, I know. You know, I'm definitely upgrading my security. You know, it's like, so. Guess I better cancel that open car parade. Just kidding. Maybe I could do an open car parade, but it's actually like a dummy version of me, and then see what happens. It's just like an inflatable version or something. I don't know, it'd be quite funny. Just troll them. No, but I have to admit, sometimes I'm a little shook by some of the things that I see. You know, like the level of vitriolic hatred on the left, which is supposed to be tolerant. They claim they're tolerant, and yet they're incredibly intolerant, and spewing hate. And you know, whereas on the right, I see people sort of tend to regard people on the left as, well, misguided. But you know, you don't hate them. They're just mistaken. They're misguided. But the amount of hate coming from the left is like, wow, next level. Yeah, there's some evil stuff out there. So, you know, I think we should embrace a diversity of views, and we should have reasonable arguments, and we should have debates, and they should be. That's the essence of free speech: is that ideas survive. You know, when they're competing ideas in the marketplace of ideas. You know, if somebody says something that's incorrect, then that can be corrected. That's what happens on the X platform. People will say something, then others will add context to it, or they will correct it, or there'll be a community note. And this applies equally to the left and right. You know, there's no thumb on the scale like there used to be. And it's, you know, there's no voice on the left that's been silenced, unlike in the past where many voices on the right were silenced. But they just don't seem to like the idea that people on the right can say what they want to say within the bounds of the law, which is startling. I mean, the reason for this petition in support of the Constitution is because the Constitution really is under attack. One prominent Democrat after another has been saying that freedom of speech, the First Amendment, is a bad thing. Yeah, John Kerry literally said that. Tim Walz. And Tim Walz. Yeah, and Hillary. Yeah, exactly. It's like a long list. They're not like, you know, mid-level people it's like the top people in the Democrat Party are saying the First Amendment's an obstacle, and then they will refer to it, you know, like they use the word disinformation. Like, it's a pretty good indication that if someone's using the word disinformation a lot, they are the ones creating the disinformation. So, and you know who you know, if you're trying to figure out, well, like, who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, the people who are trying to suppress freedom of speech, they are the bad guys. You know? So, it's actually astonishing that we're even in this position in 2024 in America. It's hard to even believe that this is real, you know? And some of the crazy stuff that I see happening, like California passing a law making it illegal to require voter ID in any election in the state. Like not even like for like a city council. And a friend of mine went to vote in Palo Alto in California because he was like, is this real or not? And he like tried to show his ID, and it was like presenting a cross to a vampire. Like they're like, no, put the ID away. You know, like they literally they weren't allowed to look at his ID even if he wanted to show it to them. That is the extent of the madness. This is a real thing in California right now. And if the Dems win nationally, they'll do it nationwide. Obviously, that's what's going to happen. And there will be no democracy. That's why I think this is the most important election of our lifetime. President Trump is the only one who can save democracy. So, yeah. Yeah. Fight, 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 fight. I mean, yeah. I'm still blown away that that a bunch of this stuff is even real, you know, like, and every week that goes by, something crazier happens. So, but yeah, exactly. They have ruined San Francisco. Yeah, and the UK, right. There's like this movement to suppress freedom of speech, throughout the world. Yep. And I mean, and the thing is that if obviously, yeah, indeed, Mars 2028, you know, occupy Mars. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. We want to do exciting, inspiring things that make you look forward to the future. You know, like sending people back to the moon, sending people to Mars, exploring the solar system. You know, if you think of like, if you ask probably anyone in the world, what was the most inspiring thing that humanity's ever done? I bet a lot of people would say, we went to the moon, you know? And yeah, well, but the fact that, you know, us humans, you know, with all our issues and challenges, we're able to go to the moon. And even though it was only a handful of people that went to the moon, in a sense, we all went there. We went there sort of with them. We had that experience. Well, I was admittedly 1 year old, but I saw the videos. And it was incredibly inspiring that is something that humans could do. But we want to do more than that in the future. We don't want that to be the best we ever did. We don't want that to be a high watermark. We want to go beyond. And we want to have, like I said, a permanent moon base alpha and a city on Mars and you know, I think go through. I mean, basically the entire solar system would be sick. You know, we want sci-fi to be real, not just fiction forever. You just generally want to think about the future and say that, well, there's going to be exciting, inspiring things that are going to happen that are better than the past. And that's what makes you look forward to the future. So, you know, just, you know, to sort of reiterate some of the key principles of what, you know, Trump, I mean, obviously I think you guys know, but for people out there who may be listening, and especially for independent sort of swing voters who are maybe deciding which way to go, I think with the Trump presidency, we're going to get secure borders, we're going to get safe cities, we're going to get sensible spending, we're going to get deregulation, so we have sensible regulation, and we can unlock the power of the giant that is America. And we're going to uphold the Constitution. We're going to strengthen freedom of speech, right to bear arms, and the freedoms that people treasure, and reduce the burden that the federal government places upon the states and the people within the states. Go, go, go. So, yeah, the Department of Government Efficiency is going to be great. What that's going to do is really just take a look at all the federal expenditures and say if something is not, if you're not getting great value for money for your hard-earned tax dollars, cancel it. So, yeah. And I would regard this as, I would like to say it's a hard job, but actually it's not because there's so much waste. So I actually think this is a fairly easy job, although it will get a lot of opposition naturally from the entrenched interests that get the money and do nothing, nothing good with it. They'll be grumpy about it. But the American people will be very happy that their tax dollars are being spent in a much more sensible way. And I think we also want to have extreme transparency, so like no shady backroom deals or whatever, everything done in open, total exposure, like you can see the mistakes that are made, the good things that are done, you can comment on it, you can, raise concerns. We want a transparent, open government, and, because there will be mistakes that are made, but you want to, if there's with transparency comes trust. And then you can see, oh, okay, we made a mistake, we'll fix that, we'll do that, and then you. And that's the best way to restore trust in government. Not that you should trust government, you shouldn't trust government, but it'll be, you can trust it slightly more if there's at least transparency. So those are all the things that I think we get with Trump. On the other hand, with the sort of the dem machine, there's like almost no point in attacking Kamala personally because she's just a puppet of the machine. But if the dem machine takes over and has another 4 years, we'll obviously see wide open borders. We'll see our cities get less safe. We'll see extreme spending and inflation. We'll see the freedom of speech get taken away or severely undermined. We'll see the Second Amendment, right to bear arms, severely undermined. They've said they're going to do this. This is not like a secret agenda. This is what they say in public. So, just believe them when they say it. And I think, well, yeah. So, and I think there's another significant danger, which I think we should consider, is that there's a massive increase in the number of illegals that are being put in swing states. If you look at the actual numbers, look at the government data. So this is government data reported from a Democratic administration, and you see triple-digit increases over the past 3 years in the number of illegals in swing states. Now, the goal will then be to, over the next 4 years, to legalize all of those illegals. And when you have elections that are sometimes decided by 10 or 20,000 votes, and then you sort of put 200,000 illegals and legalize them in that same swing state, now you've got a 200,000 vote advantage. And every swing state will be blue, and America will be a one-party state forever, just like California. And that would be a nightmare. Democracy, gone. That's what I think will happen with the Kamala presidency. Mark my words. And this is why people wonder why am I politically active? Because I'm a technologist. I build rockets and cars and stuff. So what am I doing in politics? It's not. I don't want to be in politics. I want to be clear. That is not my preference. I just like building stuff. I like building products that people love, and I derive joy from seeing people enjoy the products that my companies make. So I like making products people love, and that's what I normally like doing, and I actually don't like politics at all. I hate politics. but the stakes are so high here that I have had no choice but to take a stand. So it's not something I want to do, and yeah. 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 Thank you. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, anyway, so dramatically increasing my risk of being assassinated and engaging in politics are not what I want to do. I do not have a death wish. But the stakes are so high that I feel I have no choice but to do it, and that's the reason. So. And thank you all for your strong support and everything you're doing to ensure that we have a democracy and that the right side wins. Thank you guys for everything you're doing. And thank you out there. So, yeah, I mean, to everyone out there, because I think there's millions of people that will watch this this town hall and this talk and the questions Q&A that we'll do. Please, if you're in Pennsylvania, sorry for it to be repetitive, but you've got less than 36 hours to register. Please make sure you register. Make sure everyone you know is registered to vote. And please make sure everyone you know has voted. That if they've received an absentee ballot, that they actually vote. And I really actually advise people to vote early. So vote immediately. And you can go in and it's kind of an odd nomenclature because it says absentee ballot, but you can actually take your absentee ballot and hand it in person. So then you're like, okay. Then you know it got there. You're literally handing it to the person. You can, I guess probably take a picture of it or something. But that's incredibly important. And I think like a lot of the challenge we face is I guess one of perhaps maybe not among obviously this audience, but some people we have an issue of apathy where maybe they think their vote doesn't count or they don't think it's serious enough, and so for whatever reason they have not registered to vote and they have not voted. So it's just really important to go out there and explain the importance of this election. and how democracy is on the line. And this, I think, is this might be the very last election that's a real election. And it's the most important election in your lifetime. And if there's any election where you ever vote, it should be this one. So, yeah. So let's, maybe we can go to Q&A. So we can start Q&A if anyone would like. You have to line up, unfortunately. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, the Second Amendment. That's what our petition is about. Because the reason, like, if we lose the Second Amendment, there won't be a First Amendment. The Second Amendment is there to make sure the First Amendment stays strong. Sir?
Elon, my question is for both you and for Dave McCormick, your guest here tonight. Both of you have experienced incredible success in business, and you're both self-made men, truly the embodiment of the American dream. I want to know what Dave can do and what you can do in taking that same opportunity to Washington so that others can experience it as well.
Yeah. Well, I think the things that we've talked about will have a big effect. You know, the sheer amount of what I call the strangulation of America by overregulation that is inhibiting progress, like preventing new houses from being built, preventing bridges from being built, preventing even trivial things like the Boring Company, for example, is just trying to dig a simple tunnel under a river, has been waiting 2 years for a permit, can't get it done, so they're just sitting somewhere. I think when Reagan did deregulation in the 80s, there was unleashed a wave of prosperity. I think that's a super big deal. The other thing that's very important that I haven't touched upon is that we need to make sure that America that you get ahead purely as a function of of your talent and hard work, nothing else. So, you know, there's like racism, sexism in any form is bad. Doesn't matter who it's directed towards. And we want to have the land of opportunity. It means that you're as good as how hard you work and how talented you are and what contribution you make. And that should be that should only be the only thing that matters about getting ahead.
I just want to know if you are considering running in 2028.
Well, there'd have to be a constitutional amendment for that. My grandfather was American, actually, but I was born, oddly enough, in Africa, which is a strange spawn point. But it's like, so I cannot be president. But it's not. I actually don't want to be president. so to be clear, I want to build rockets and cars, and you know. So I'm super literal. And in fact, you can look at talks that I gave like 20 years ago, and I say the same thing. So it's not like I'm just. I believe we want to be a space-faring civilization and out there among the stars, and we need to, have great rocket technology for that. I believe in electric cars and automation and self-driving and robotics and the space-based internet. So I just love creating technologies that people find useful, and that's what I want to do with my time. So I'm hoping that. We get President Trump elected, and then I'll work hard on the Department of Government Efficiency, and then after that, I hope I can not be in politics. That would be my hope. So like I said, I'm doing this because I think it's critical to the future of the country, and if America falls, nothing else matters. We're not getting to Mars or anything. And I've talked to a lot of people, like leaders in business and technology, because I was like, guys, you should really, you need to go out there and fight hard, because if America falls, your company's going to fall with it. So why not? I wish more leaders in business and technology would put themselves out there. Like they usually agree with me and they support Trump, but they're afraid of saying so. And I'm like, man, the stakes are super high. Fortunately, more and more people are sort of, coming out of the closet, type of thing. It's like, so like saying they support Trump, it's like, it's like, maybe it's probably the most rebellious thing you could do in San Francisco, but it's like, by a long shot. That's, anyway, I'm not a natural politician, nor do I wish to be. I just want to make, cool technology that you'll love to use. So, all right.
Sam, Elon, just to respond to Sam's question, what the Democratic Party is running on now is not only anti-business, it's anti-success. And anti-business is these huge regulations that are stifling businesses, whether it's dairy farms or SpaceX, and everything. I mean, fracking. I mean, you don't have to ban fracking to ban fracking. You just have red tape and bureaucracy and all sorts of stipulations that make it impossible to succeed. And on the personal success side, we need to give every single kid the opportunity with great schools to be everything they can be. Our school system needs to be totally renovated to give everybody an opportunity. Not everybody needs to go to college. They just have to have the skills to have a great career in the American dream.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Well, let's see, next question.
Hi, Elon. Like Donald Trump and like yourself, I think, I am the survivor of an assassination attempt.
Well, nobody's gotten close enough to shoot a bullet yet.
Okay. Well, like Donald Trump then.
There's a couple of people that have tried to get close, but they were arrested before they got close.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good. But in my case, my parents hired a hitman, otherwise known as an abortionist doctor, to try to kill me when I was in the womb.
Wow.
But he was terrible at his job, and I survived, and I'm here. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. But, so needless to say, I'm very pro-life.
Yes.
But even without that, I would be pro-life, not even based on religious reasons, but just the moral and rational, logical reasons. And I know that you're a rational person, and you are pro-humanity.
Yes.
And
I love humanity.
I
do.
I'm just wondering if you would ever consider publicly supporting the pro-life movement.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously this is a contentious topic, if there ever was one. It is perhaps the most contentious topic. And to be clear out there, President Trump has been clear that he will veto a national abortion ban. He has said that because the Democrats have said that he will apply a national abortion ban, and that is causing a lot of sort of independent voters to actually not vote for Trump because they think that he will implement a national abortion ban. He has been very clear that he thinks it's a states' rights issue, and he will veto a national abortion ban. Now. There is no answer to this question that will not offend some number of people. But nonetheless, I will tell you what my opinion is, which will certainly offend some number of people. My opinion is that if a baby can survive outside the womb, it cannot be aborted. It cannot. So if a baby can survive outside the womb, if it is far enough in gestation to survive outside the womb, at that point it is not abortion, it is murder. So obviously. Now, part of the challenge here is that the education system has terrified girls and women and relentlessly pushed the idea that getting pregnant is the end of your life. Like your career is dead, you'll be ostracized from society, and so when you instill terror in young girls that getting pregnant is the worst thing that could happen, they obviously, they believe that if they're just kids, and so that when that is a deep-seated belief that they've been hit with in the educational system for a long time, then the idea that they will not be able to get an abortion even in extreme circumstances is obviously a terrifying situation. And they will not vote for any candidate who might, essentially, who would stop them from getting an abortion even in extreme circumstances. So this is the issue that we face. It's this relentless, push in education, terrifying girls and women that if they get pregnant, their life's over. And the reality is, there's nothing greater than having a kid. And so, I get more joy in my life from my kids than anything else, and that's generally true of all humans. In fact, that is how we evolved. It is a very natural thing that you will love your children. So in fact, having a child will make you happier than anything else in your life ever.
So you get a chance to ask one of the most intelligent men in the world a question. What do you ask? So, what are your thoughts on clean energy as far as nuclear energy, nuclear power?
Sure.
Seems to be the cleanest, or one of the cleanest that we have. Yeah. And there's talk about developing miniature reactors. Do you think that's where we should focus our tax dollars on for the future?
Well, I am very much pro-nuclear. If you actually look at the data, and especially if you look at, say, modern nuclear reactors, the modern designs are so safe that if you tried to get a meltdown, you couldn't do it. Like if you went there with flamethrowers and explosives, and your goal was to get this thing to melt down, it still won't melt down. That's how good modern nuclear reactors are. So they're not dangerous, and they're a great source of energy, and I think we should do a lot more nuclear power. I think it's a smart move. When in Japan, when they had the tsunami and they had the Fukushima reactor was taken out, I had people in California asking me if they should be worried about the radiation coming from Japan. I'm like, definitely not. That's insane. And so actually to support the people of Japan, because people were scared to even travel to Japan, I didn't just go to Japan, I went to Fukushima itself and ate locally grown vegetables on TV. And amazing, I'm still alive. Wow, can you believe it? No, we don't need to send the nuclear waste to a different planet. The nuclear waste is very tiny, and it can be, you can store it, as much of it as you want on site at the nuclear reactor. You don't even need to move it.
You'll tell me when?
Not yet. So, anyway, I just said we should be less scared of nuclear stuff, and it doesn't take long to just. I mean, if you just read like the even Wikipedia level stuff, it's going to make it clear that it's not a scary. It's not a scary thing. Now, if to sort of maybe sort of wax scientific philosophically, scientifically, the real massive energy source in our solar system overwhelmingly is the sun. So the sun converts roughly 4.5 million tons of mass to energy every second, and it's very reliable and requires no maintenance and no servicing. It's pretty great. No service for like all that energy. So long term, by far, the most amount of energy we'll get is from the sun. The solar energy exceeds all other energy by a factor of 1 trillion, like literally, not an exaggeration. So, yeah. Yeah, solar flares can take out the grid because the grid's like a giant, like a radio antenna. So solar flares can take out the grid. Yeah. I don't know if we have a plan. I suspect we do not have a plan. So, Tesla megapacks can help buffer the grid and add resilience to the grid. So, and they've done that in many parts of the world, including in the U.S. So, let's see. So, yeah.
Well, first, thank you for everything, Elon. You've just been incredible for the last 20 years. My question is about the election is, are you concerned about the rise of AI, especially foreign governments' AIs, on our election system?
Yeah, I think we should just, in general, be wary of AI, domestically or internationally. Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think like most likely, I think it's 80% likely that AI makes the future great, and 20% that it makes the future really bad. So we want to maximize the probability of it being good. And I think we should be on the lookout for any manipulation domestically or internationally through the use of AI. It's going to happen.
Hi, Elon. 23-year-old native Pittsburgher here. Very appreciative of the love you've shown us during this extremely important time in the election. Thank you so much. My question today, Elon, is I know you're familiar with Pittsburgh because of the work we've done over at CMU in the machine learning, machine discovery field.
Yeah.
And my question today is...
Carnegie Mellon's an awesome university, actually. One of my sons is headed to CMU next year.
Great, great.
Yeah.
My question today, Elon, is in regards to the rumored government efficiency role that you and Trump have spoke about. How can you use this role to work AI in the right direction for all people, not just people like myself who work in the field, but for everyone? I think for young voters like myself, it's something that concerns us as we look forward. So how, as you get more entrenched in public policy, can you help us there?
Well, I'll answer that, but I would actually like to hear what do you think I should do?
My
thoughts.
thoughts.
I'd like to hear. Like
Absolutely.
I'm looking for feedback here. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations! Awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, great school.
My thoughts are that
So it's probably the best robotics college in the world. So
it's a shaky road forward, and I agree with you. I think 20% could be bad, and 20% could be phenomenal. And I think for Pittsburgh, I speak for Pittsburgh here. It is a city that is moving away from steel and into technology. And with people like yourself, if we can improve that sector here, I think we can improve life here for everyone. And if we can improve life in Pittsburgh, we can use AI and those technologies to improve life for people everywhere. And I think it's through a lack of regulation as opposed to what they're doing in the EU right now, attacking people. And I just was curious on your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, I think we are going to see a massive massive increase in the number of robots. Recently Tesla unveiled the latest Optimus robot, and I think that's going to be really cool. I mean, we want to give everyone their own personal C-3PO R2-D2. And like, who wouldn't want that? That'd be awesome. And even better than that. So I think that's really gonna be. Yeah, and well, yeah, privacy concerns are significant. Anyway, but one of the things I want to be clear is that I am looking for feedback. So it's not like I'm just going open loop here and doing whatever I want to do. I'm like, I kind of want to know what do the people want, and what should we do, and then do it. So it's as opposed to me just deciding on my own, So yeah.
Elon, you're clearly a great American pioneer, and we all in Pittsburgh want to welcome you and thank you for coming. Thank you for taking my question.
Well, it's an honor to be here.
This is really the cradle of pioneers in the history of America. People here from George Washington as a surveyor to Lewis and Clark, who pushed their Pittsburgh-made boat into the Ohio and explored the West, to so many industries being born. Radio, the movies, the first refinery for oil, the Pittsburgh coal seams, the biggest in the world, the nuclear energy you mentioned, Westinghouse and Tesla creating alternating current out at Rockwell Park, the philanthropic industry. Pittsburgh outproduced Germany and Japan in steel together during World War II.
Yeah.
A group of us are starting a movement here, we're calling it Pittsburgh Tomorrow, in which we're trying to rekindle that pioneering spirit. Clearly, your son is and all. You mentioned you might want to invest. We believe that not only can we turn around the malaise in America and help make Pittsburgh resurgent, but also by making this a place where people can conceive of a new reality and make it happen, that can provide the same kind of example that you're striving for. So I just want to thank you for being here, and we want to welcome and invite you to invest in our city as we make it the best place to live in the world.
Sounds good. Well, I mean, given that my son will be attending college here next year, I'm going to be in Pittsburgh a lot, so. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. Going to be waving this towel quite a lot. Good exercise. Loosens you up.
Hi, I'm here tonight as a sex trafficking survivor. And I am here to ask you personally, Elon, if you will work with sex trafficking survivors and sex workers about our First Amendment rights and how both X and you can help both vulnerable communities who already have laws against our First Amendment rights that are on the books.
Okay. I mean, I'm generally in favor of any policy that maximizes the happiness of the people. What would you recommend?
First of all, I'd recommend repealing FOSTA SESTA, which was signed on April 11th of 2018 and supported by both parties. What this actually does is it silences certain vulnerable communities, both sex trafficking survivors as well as sex workers, from anywhere in the internet. They shut our websites down. Within weeks, people started to die, both by suicide as well as homicide. Violence is up at an all-time high, and we are currently being silenced by our government with laws such as FOSTA SESTA, which violates our First Amendment rights. And as a child sex trafficking survivor and a full-service sex worker of over 25 years, I can tell you that the resources in Pennsylvania for sex trafficking survivors are going to police to arrest full-service sex workers instead of protecting anybody. I was abused at age 9 and
Jeez.
10 right here in Western Pennsylvania.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Thank you. And over 30 years later, there are still 0 sex trafficking survivor resources, and police continue to arrest full-service sex workers and say that they're helping the children, but they're not helping any children. So would you be open to a conversation to work with sex trafficking survivors and sex workers to make X a platform where we are safe and don't get silenced by our government?
Well, as I've said very clearly, I'm in favor of anything that supports freedom of speech. So any infringement on freedom of speech, I would be against, and people should be able to speak their mind. That's the whole idea of the First Amendment. And I mean, the priority, for law enforcement should be protecting children, first and foremost, because they can't protect themselves. So, protect the kids first, everything else second.
Hi, Elon. Thanks so much for being here. As you know, you're an inspiration to us all, but mostly you're really an inspiration to the young children of America who want to be able to dream big and who want to be able to do things. But the federal government, with the Department of Education, puts a firewall behind that. They don't allow our kids to dream big. They don't allow them to have free thoughts. They're censored in the classroom. They can't talk about the open discourse that you encourage on X. So you're doing that on X, but what can we? I'm a mom of 3 kids. How can we make this happen in schools so that the kids can dream big and achieve what you're dreaming?
Right. Well, I do think we need significant reform in education. I mean, the Department of Education seems to regard as its primary duty foisting propaganda on our children, as opposed to getting them a good education. It's insane. I mean, we should be just. The priority should be teach kids skills that they will find useful later in life, and leave any sort of social propaganda out of the classroom. So.
Okay, I got a foreign policy type question for you. So in Israel, they have free healthcare, they have free college. We don't have it in this country yet. Every year we send them $3.8 billion. Last year, in addition to the $3.8 billion, we sent them another $14.3 billion. So why should we as taxpayers keep funding that lifestyle in Israel? And second question real quick, we also have our politicians bought and paid for by AIPAC because AIPAC sends back the money we send them to the tune of $100 million. How can you fix that for us?
Well, I think we need to take a look at all federal expenditures and say, all federal expenditures and say, is this really benefiting the American people or is it not? And if it is, well, are we spending it wisely? Well, usually the answer is no. So then we should spend less money and spend it efficiently. But there's got to be a clear benefit to the American people or we shouldn't be spending money. So.
Eli, I just want to say I'm a huge fan. I wasn't an X-user. After you bought it, I became an X-user.
Thank you. Please encourage everyone to,
Premium. I'm a premium X-user.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd just like to thank everyone who's a sort of a paid subscriber on X. It's really important because otherwise we're totally beholden to the advertisers. So when you subscribe, you're helping with freedom of speech. So thank you for subscribing. Yeah.
And as I became an X-user, I did bought a Tesla, which I love.
Great.
And just recently, I ordered Starlink because of what you did for all the hurricane victims.
Great.
Elon, my son and I are huge fans, so my son is in the line over there. He literally, every single word you speak, he takes to heart. He got married at age 17.
Wow.
And he has 2 children, and his goal is to have more children than you, Elon.
That is a great goal.
Awesome.
Honestly, like the birth rate issue is a massive problem.
Yeah.
So I mean, that is great. We need people.
Yes.
It's like if you don't make new humans, there's no humanity. It's like they don't come from nowhere. You got to make them, and it's really hard to make kids. And
Yeah.
it's takes a long time for them to grow up, and there's a lot of diapers involved.
Awesome.
But kids are the most wonderful thing that you'll ever have in your life, and you know, I would say start early. So I'm glad to hear your son's doing that.
So we will keep supporting Elon. The quote that comes to me thinking of you is, the only thing necessary for triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Right.
And what you've done the last 2 years is stood up and spoke, and now evil is getting tamped down, and we appreciate your courageous leadership and doing
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Elon. So much of campaign messaging is about fixing current problems, where I think future aspirations for the country often don't get discussed as much. You obviously have some pretty large goals for your companies. So with years of good leadership and common sense policies implemented under a Trump presidency, describe your utopia America and describe the long-term achievements that you believe can be possible. Thank you.
Sure. Well, first of all, I should say that I think America is great. So, and I think we want to make sure that the fundamental elements that have made America great remain in place. You know, and those fundamental elements are freedom and opportunity. So maximizing individual freedom, minimizing government interference, and making sure that you get ahead as a function of your hard work and talent, and that's the only thing. If we have those fundamental things, and we you know, then the Constitution stands strong, America will get greater and greater. So that's really important. But to your point, like, we have to have a combination. We have to do both things. We have to, you know, solve the problems that we face, but we must also have exciting, inspiring goals. Because life can't just be about solving one miserable problem after another. I mean, that's like, it's hard to get fired up about, okay, we've got another problem to solve. There's got to be things that you're excited about in the future, that move your heart. You know, you're like, wow, I can't wait to see that happen, you know? So that's the kind of thing where you like, you know, where we want optimism about the future, optimism that is grounded on realism. So, you know, I think, you know, grand projects, you know, revolutionizing the transport, you know, I mean, obviously I've got some ideas, and probably other people have ideas too. You know, I think it's possible, although I'm not really involved in medicine outside of Neuralink, I think it's possible for us to have a revolution in medicine. You know, like, there are actually a huge number of drugs that are stuck in approval at the FDA that can help people. And they're just stuck in bureaucratic molasses. And a good friend of mine was telling me a story that fortunately had a happy ending, where his mom was diagnosed with brain cancer. And she, you know, the oncologist said, you know, there's no chance, it's, you know, it's got maybe 4 or 5 months to live. But my friend is a very smart, determined person, and he searched, you know, for you know, he talked to every smart person he knew, and he found someone who said, yeah, actually, there's a drug that's in trials that you take this pill, and it actually makes the brain cancer go away. Literally, you just take a pill. He's like, what? And I think it's called like Wellirig or something, FYI. This drug called Wellirig that solves brain cancer. Maybe more people should know about this. And I think it's in trials at Harvard or something. And it cured his mom. And you know, so that just happened. I think it was like this year. But if we could just be faster about getting, you know, amazing drugs through the system, a lot more people would be alive. You know, and you know, that's the kind of thing when I say, like, you know, like overregulation kills people. where you've got helpful drugs stuck in approvals and not help, and could be helping people, but they're not. That's crazy, you know. So simply expediting drug approval and the FDA, I think, will save millions of lives. So.
From Charleroi, Pennsylvania, the home of Pyrex. Pyrex is synonymous to quality. Corning Glass created Pyrex. Pyrex is in almost every kitchen in the world because the people love it. The product they love. And along with Pyrex, Corning created Gorilla Glass that's in almost every phone in this facility today.
Sure.
They built that on quality and excellence over centuries.
Okay.
You have created multiple companies on quality and excellence in just the last few decades. The key to that is you have it, and what is that? Can we bring that key to Washington? And one follow-up is our competition bought Pyrex, and they want to rip away the quality, and when the FTC proves antitrust, will you be our white knight?
Well, I mean, to the degree that I'm influential in government, I will do my best to ensure that actions are taken that maximize the benefit to the American people. So I think probably yes. Look, I don't know how, at the end of the day, how much influence I'll have. But I'll do my best to be as helpful as possible. So.
Hi, Elon. I just want to say thank you, like everybody else has too. With your amazement, involvement, and contributions in technology, do you have any projects or interest in developing kidneys for people like myself who suffer from hereditary diseases and kidney failure to help us get off of dialysis and move into a normal life?
Well, I do not have any kidney programs myself, but there might be some companies out there that do. And just to get back to the regulation thing, it's if we can have sensible regulation and fast track approvals of new technologies, then I think things like new kidneys and many other ailments can be available to the American public much faster and at a much lower cost. Because actually a lot of people don't realize, like, a lot of the cost of developing these new medications and new cures, new devices is the massive regulatory burden that is placed upon companies. So I think we ought to expedite approvals for new drugs, new devices, and new medical technology things. And then as long as companies very clearly describe the benefits and the risks, it should be up to the individual as to whether they want to use it.
Hi, Elon. And it's to tag on the question about DOGE and the healthcare expenditure, because I'm a heart surgeon. I'm in the practice for 25 years, so I've seen so many inefficiencies.
Yes, absolutely. When I talk to doctors, they tell me everyone, they're mired in bureaucracy and administrative stuff, and then they get sued, sued to bankruptcy sometimes, and it's just crazy.
That's right. $4.8 trillion we spend, and still very inefficient and highly costly. So my question to you is, Pittsburgh, we have a very well-reputed 3 healthcare systems, UPMC, Allegheny, and WVU systems, to provide the domain knowledge. And we have a Carnegie Mellon for engineering talent. So we needed a third guy like you who can do the impossible things like bringing the astronaut from the International Space Station down, or catching a 250-ton rocket with 2 chopsticks, or build a 100,000 server farm in 19 days, which normally takes 4 years. So I think we need a guy like you, Impossible, to create a healthcare AI, and Pittsburgh will be a great place to do it. So can you able to do a healthcare AI here?
I think AI is going to be incredible for medicine. Actually, as it is for Grok right now, you can actually upload a PET scan and ask Grok to analyze the PET scan for you. And then you can compare that to what a doctor tells you and see what the difference is. Like you can literally upload your image to Grok and it will analyze your MRI, your PET scan, whatever the case may be, and tell you what it thinks the probable issue is. And that's with Grok 2, and Grok 3 will be out in a few months, and it'll be 10 times better. So I think it could be really helpful to medical professionals and to individuals. So I think there's a lot of amazing potential. I think there's the potential for us to have an amazing, exciting future, but we just have to work hard to make that happen. And you know, to circle back, I think essential to making that happen is electing President Trump. Indeed. Let's do that again. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like my friggin' back still hurts. It's like, you know, here's 2024, and I still have back pain. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience have back pain. You know, it's just solving back pain, I think, would be a massive increase in people's happiness. Yes.
Well, God bless you, Elon. God bless you for what you are doing for our country. And you have articulated, yes, how you love children, and children cannot protect themselves.
Of course.
So we must protect them.
Yes.
Well, there are a couple of documentaries, Truth, that are out there about what's happened to over 300,000 children who have crossed the borders, the open borders, and they have been sex trafficked. And nobody can see, and that's probably a very low number, and it's happening in every state in this country, and especially, like you said, the swing states. I know that it's happening in communities near me. So these documentaries cost a lot to make, so there is a charge to watch them, $10 minimal, but still expensive for some. Is there anything that you can do to make these documentaries more widespread and available?
Well, that's a good point. Well, I guess like I do have a foundation, and maybe the foundation could pay to have them, you know, available for free or something like that.
Line in the sand and What is Treason, or
Okay.
just two of them. So
All right.
if you could look into that, that would be amazing for those children and their families.
All right, I'll look into it.
Thank you.
Hi, I love my Tesla.
Thank you.
And I admire your ability to define what your vision is and to work backwards and engineer solutions to successfully achieve solutions to those. And thank you for applying those to our Constitution and to help restore our representative republic.
You're most welcome.
My concern is the puppet masters that are
Indeed.
behind the scenes. And they, I call them global cabal dictatorship because they're connected and they have no intention of giving up that power.
Yeah.
They dogged Trump in his first term, and I anticipate them doing the same in the next. When he's elected, how can you help Trump remove their power and damper their influence this time around?
Well, yeah. No, I do want to be clear that, like, in my opinion, we should not do the bad things that they are doing, you know? So, you know, if you look at what the Dem machine has done, they've tried to imprison President Trump. They've engaged in unbelievable lawfare just to stop people from voting, which is obviously anti-democratic. But I think the right thing to do is not to do what they've done, but rather to reinforce the strength of the legal system and for there to be some kind of punishment for engaging in lawfare. So, you know, one should not respond to corruption of the system with corruption, but with removal of corruption. That's the right thing.
Hello, Elon. My name's Harrison Burkhardt. I've lived in here for about a year and a half in Pittsburgh. First of all, I just want to say thank you. You've been I've looked up to you since I was 8 years old, and I'm 19 now, so that's obviously a significant amount of time. And,
well, thanks.
And I don't know, with everything you've done, you were against lockdowns, you've endorsed Donald Trump, you're trying to protect the American Constitution. You've proven to me that I chose the right childhood hero, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Well,
and
it's kind of you to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So my question for you, you've talked a lot about how you want to minimize government intervention and all that. And I was just wondering specific things. I know, for example, John F. Kennedy wanted to blow the CIA up into 1 million pieces.
Yeah, maybe he should have not said that. Is there
anything specific that you want to destroy like that?
Know, you don't want to, definitely don't do open car parades after saying something like that. No, I think we obviously want to not have corruption in government, and in general, we want to have smaller government. Because the larger government gets, the less individual freedom you have. And I think, that's really the core, like as I said, the core things people have said for many years, from the founding of the country, was that's freedom and opportunity. And we want to and your freedoms have just been eroded year after year with more and more government laws and regulations and regulatory authorities. When I looked it up, there's apparently like 428 federal agencies. That's like almost 2 per. Unconstitutional. Yes, indeed, unconstitutional. So, like, what the hell do you need 428 agencies for? Like, why do you even need 100? This is crazy. So, they're currently making new agencies at a rate of 2 per year. And every one of them is chipping away at your freedom. So it's essential for us to unwind that process and restore your personal freedom. And with that will come great prosperity and personal happiness, I believe. Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Well, I'm being told I can't ask you another one, but...
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Well, you talk about minimizing government. Would you want to make tax cuts too? For example, the American Revolution was started over a 2% tax on imports.
Yeah.
How low would you want to go as far as cutting taxes?
Yeah, it's pretty wild that a tiny tax on tea started the revolution. And now we get the living daylights tax out of us, and nobody does not know revolution. I mean, you get taxed on what you earn, you get taxed on what you buy, and you get taxed on what you own. And it's like, okay, this is taxes, 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 and and then what does it get spent on? A bunch of the stuff it gets spent on you don't even agree with. So that's why we need to reduce the size of government and just spend less money and. Let the people keep a lot more of their hard-earned money. Yeah. So.
Hi, Elon. My name is Denise, and I run Pennsylvania Women for Trump. We're Pennsylvania's largest grassroots group, and the best day of my life is when you bought Twitter. It was so freaking awesome.
Thank you.
Woo! And I do have a point to make. I do want to come work for you, and I know your best friends here, and I gave them all my information. But anyway, I would like to know if you have a solution to Big Pharma. As a mom of 3 kids with autism, I would like to know, like, what are we going to do about these people poisoning our children?
Yeah. Well, I think transparency and accountability are very important. So now, in my opinion of Big Pharma is that there's good and bad. It's not all bad, obviously. There are many life-saving drugs that are developed by the big pharma companies and small pharma companies, but there are also mistakes that they make. And so we just need to make sure that the system is actually helping the pharma companies bring life-saving cures to market faster, but also that there should be some punishment if they do bad things, just like for any company. And that's, I think it's, those are just basic common sense rules. So.
My name is Madison. I'm 22 years old, and I just started my first position in industrial controlled cybersecurity. So like everyone else, I want to say thank you for the inspiration you've been in technology. It's been nice to look at you and what you're doing and see kind of the issues and some of the possibilities in that realm. But for political questions, because I'm assuming that's more appropriate for the venue.
And to be clear, like the kind of questions that are the best questions to ask are what do you think people out there would like to know the answer to, or if if there's a comment or a question that you think maybe millions of people would like to know, that's what we're optimizing for here. Yeah.
Okay, so on that note, I kind of want to go back to the robotics and AI technology developments. I think that regulating the technology itself is a vain effort, and you've obviously worked in the development a lot. Can you speak to kind of what you've seen about human-centric development? Because I think that might be the only thing that's going to protect us from things getting out of hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure I totally understand the question, but I do think that any given technology that's developed, the goal of it should be to help humanity and to bring joy to people and help people. So that's, and I do, to be clear, I do think there is a role for regulators. Just like there is a role for referees in a sports game. Like every sports game has referees. Tonight's Steelers game, they got referees. And it's a better game for having referees. But you don't want to have so many refs on the field, that the running back can't even get through them. It's like I can't catch the ball because I have this 20 referees in my way. That's the situation we have in industry today. Is far too many refs on the field. Sometimes more refs than players. And if you saw that in a sports game, you're like, this is crazy. But I'm not. I want to be clear. Like, I'm not saying no regulation. I'm just saying sensible regulation. You want the right number of referees in the field, but not any more than that. So, yeah.
Hi, Elon. Thank you for everything you've done recently to help save our country from ruin. It's really appreciated.
You're most welcome.
There's a rumor
thank you for doing things to help the country, too.
Yeah, that's right. There's a rumor floating around that you have interest in investing in our city, which I hope is true. And if so, let me know where I can submit my resume.
Well, I'm a big fan of Pennsylvania, and I think there's a good chance that one of my companies does something in the future in Pennsylvania.
Go see a who we vote for in our office will ultimately shape the future of our country. If that statement is true, the most important members of our society that we can think about when voting in elections would be our children and our grandchildren. Since they are not eligible to vote and we have others voting for selfish reasons, what would be your thoughts on reshaping voter eligibility? Some sort of criteria or guidelines that must be met in order to vote?
You mean like changing?
Being an active tax voter.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, frankly, I'd be happy if it was just that citizens voted. I'd call that a win. if we can just make sure that only legal citizens can vote, which is how it's supposed to be, I'd say that would be quite a victory compared to where we are right now. Just, you know, and I think having more transparency on elections, maximum transparency on elections, and as I've said before, I think we should not allow voting machines of any kind. I've been programming computers since I was 9 years old, and I know how easy it is to get a line of software wrong or hack a computer, and so I think the last thing we want to do is have electronic voting machines. We want paper ballots in person with ID. And actually, sort of, in terms of a real AI danger that hopefully is not there this year, but will certainly be a danger in the future, is that advanced AI will be super good at hacking computers. And so if you have voting machines that are connected to the internet and you've got super advanced AI that can potentially affect those machines, I think that's very dangerous. So we actually, so what I'm saying is that I'm only someone who favors technology. I'm super, 21st century technology boy right here. And I'm saying no machines for voting. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. My name's Andy. I'm a technologist. I consider myself like you in that way. Sadly, I missed you at the Robotaxi event last week. I actually got a ticket, couldn't make it, looked amazing, super excited for the future. Thank you for being here. On to my question. I was disappointed by the current administration's lack of inclusion of you and Tesla at the EV Summit.
Yeah.
Tesla is a truly great American company that should be cherished for its technology that's advanced humankind and provided a large number of American jobs. My question is, how can the Trump administration kindle the growth of the automotive, EV, and autonomous tech industries?
Well, honestly, I go back to minimizing government intervention. In general, I'm very much in favor of small government, and that there shouldn't be incentives, tax breaks, or for anything at all. That would be no incentive tax for anything at all. Whether it's that includes oil and gas, electric cars, nothing, no incentives for nothing. So the tax code is like. I mean, you could fill this room with the tax code. It's like so-called. I think only an AI could even understand the tax code. Maybe. I think we want to have a tax code you can actually read, both as a human. Instead of having it might be upwards of 1 million different tax breaks or tax loopholes or whatever. It's insane. Like I said, I think we want minimal government action and maximum freedom for the people, and that is what leads to the highest level of prosperity. Yeah.
Given how punitive the SEC has been towards crypto under this administration, do you envision the XRP ledger being incorporated into the financial institutions in the future?
Well, I certainly cannot speak to any specific crypto, but I do think that the sort of cryptocurrency is an interesting and probably valuable bulwark against a centralized control. This is definitely not an endorsement or lack of endorsement for XRP. But I do think crypto, by its very nature, it helps with individual freedom.
So, Mr. Musk, thank you very much for coming. Also, as a Pittsburgh fan, I hope to see you at tonight's game. That'd be pretty incredible.
I actually would love to be there. I got to get back and see my kids. Speaking of kids.
Okay.
So yeah.
My question, as well as I'm sure many millions of Americans, I'm a young entrepreneur and voter. We are spending so much money in a lot of useless ways, I feel, in the government spending. So a lot of that also is very irritating as a voter, is the money that we are spending overseas in not helping our own country, like in North Carolina and down south right now. I want to know, is it possible when you get in here into the government of efficiency, how are you going to help us with spending money efficiently and using our tax money well?
Yeah, well, I think the step number one is spend a lot less of it. It's like the first order of business is to say any given expenditure, I think we want to zero budget the thing. Say like, let's start from scratch. Not because it doesn't make sense to reduce a foolish expenditure by 10% if it should be zero. And I bet I know there's a lot of things that are super wasteful. I mean, look at the sort of $42 billion that's been allocated for rural broadband. And SpaceX won like a quarter of it, and then they rescinded that contract for political reasons. And in fact, it would have meant a bunch of those terminals would have been in the affected hurricane areas. So that could have cost lives. That kind of political lawfare is unconscionable. And you know how many people have been connected by that 42 billion? 0. Literally 0. So I would say that program should be 0. Because value for money is 0.
Hi, Elon. I'm 20 years old, and instead of going to college, I decided to start my own business. Your innovativeness inspires me. What is a piece of advice you would have for someone like me or me to be as innovative as you are in business?
I didn't really set out to be innovative. I think you want to set out with saying like, what's a useful product or service that you think people would like, and then try to make that thing real. And I think as long as you're doing an honest day's work and providing useful products and services to people, I think you should be very proud of that. I have a huge respect for anyone who puts in an honest day's work, contributing to society. So that's what matters.
Good afternoon, Elon. As somebody who is directly involved in the pioneering of space travel, what is your perspective on the suppression of advanced technologies under UAP crash retrieval programs and other black projects such as Immaculate Constellation that have the potential to fundamentally change human society?
I'm not familiar with those programs, but I mean, I certainly think if there are technologies that can be helpful, the government's aware of it, we should obviously provide that technology to the people. So I should say that people often ask me, do I believe in aliens? I said, well, I was one, according to Homeland Security until I got my, it literally said alien registration card. I'm like, cool. But I mean, thus far, I have not I'm not aware of any evidence for aliens on Earth. I'm not saying they're not here, but I have not seen any evidence for aliens. For our Starlink constellation, we have never had to maneuver around an alien spacecraft even once. And we've got 6,000 satellites up there. So, I mean, they're very subtle, is what I'm saying, these aliens, But I think if there's if there's interesting stuff that the government's aware of that American people would find interesting or useful, we should obviously make that known. We should publish it. So, thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Elon. My name is Jordan Scott Gilbert, and I'm a Broadway producer and movie director.
who creates conservative content and Christian content for stage and film. As you know, a lot of conservatives and Christians have been blacklisted from Hollywood and Broadway. So my question to you is, would you consider creating an entertainment company to also save art as well as Western civilization? And what role do you think art plays in protecting freedom of speech and our constitutional freedoms?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're making art that is on the right. I mean, it's because I think, and you know, you have to say, like, where do kids and adults, how do they get informed of what's going on? What moral underpinnings are conveyed in the art that is produced? And there should be more people that are making interesting art, whether it's plays, movies, books, that are on the right, because it's overwhelmingly on the left. So I'm glad you're doing this, and I hope more people do it. I mean, I'd appreciate just art that's in the center, frankly. That'd be quite nice. It's like I enjoy playing video games. People ask me like what my hobbies are. It's like, well, you know, I'm a technology nerd, so I like playing video games. And it's like, it's really annoying when the video game gets interrupted by some DEI woke bullshit. And I'm like, Jesus, I was playing a video game here. Can you just leave the video games alone? You know, you don't want to do things that damage art. So it breaks you out of the story. So.
Hi, Elon. My name is Nolan Duncan, and it's my goal to one day make our region proud by being just as successful and driven as you. One thing we do share, though, is the love and pride of our country. Anyway, I'm a small business owner, a recently sworn-in firefighter, all while having a full-time job, which I may not have after today.
Really? Why not?
I'm late. I'm 30 minutes late.
Oh, geez, okay.
But I'm doing this because I love our country, and I love all of you who are fighting to make this country great again. So let's keep it up.
Yes.
Jobs are all a dime a dozen anymore. I'll find a new one if I have to.
Yeah. I think you'll be fine.
I began this journey a year ago with the intent to become self-sufficient and take control of my destiny as an entrepreneur. However, it is utterly apparent that our government, rather the incompetents who run it, are self-sabotaging our future generations. And at this point, it is imperative that we protect our republic with safer and transparent elections. This is rather... Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, very much agree.
All is good. This is a rather novel concept to many in this room. But for the future, and since you are actively involved in cryptocurrency...
I'm not actively involved in crypto, to be clear.
No? Okay.
So, no, I mean, I'm actually not actively involved in crypto.
Oh, no? Okay. Well,
so
Dogecoin all
you know, I make Dogecoin jokes and stuff because I kind of like Dogecoin because it's got the best sense of humor and it has dogs and memes, and I love all those things.
There you go. So anyway, what are your thoughts on implementing the blockchain for future elections? And also, as a content creator, X has so much potential. Would you consider making X a dominant force against video and streaming platforms such as YouTube and Twitch to compete against these ridiculous policies that empower content creators to their fullest?
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely want to have X. Well, it does currently enable up to 4-hour videos, and we'll soon be offering 4K resolution. And we're continuing to improve our streaming capability for gamers that want to stream or anyone that wants to stream content. We've made a lot of progress, and hopefully we can offer an alternative. The X app is now available on big TVs, so you can actually watch stuff on TVs. And yeah, I think it's just generally good to have competition. I mean, competition is what competition keeps companies honest. Yeah, thank you.
First off, I wanted to thank you for saving democracy and all your contributions to civilization.
Thank you.
My question is, I'm 24 years old. What key advice would you give to the younger generation wanting to start a family?
I mean, my advice regarding starting a family is start immediately. Yeah. You know, I think people worry too much about having kids, and sometimes it's difficult to make ends meet and whatnot. But honestly, there's really no time like the present. Just have kids, you won't be sorry. It'll work out.
Hi, Elon. Thanks for being here today. With your with your Department of Efficiency, how far back do you think we're going to have to go in order to right the wrongs that are in this country?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly a lot of work for a Department of Government Efficiency. And there will be immense opposition, obviously, to making the government more efficient from entrenched interests that currently benefit from sucking away vast amounts of taxpayer money. They will not like the fact that they're not getting it anymore. They will fight tooth and nail. So, but it's got to be done. And like I said, we're going to aim to reduce government spending, get government out of people's lives as much as possible, and restore freedom and liberty.
Hello, Mr. Musk. My name is Allie Hoffman, and I'm Secretary of the Carnegie Mellon College Republicans.
All right.
Before I ask my quick question, I would love to welcome your son to join our club next year.
Sounds good.
Second, I just wanted to ask you, what was the driving problem that got you into politics, and what was that breaking point that made you really want to get into politics?
Yeah, well, as I said, I really would prefer not to be in politics at all. And the reason that I have stepped into the political arena this time is because I think the stakes are extremely fundamental. I think democracy is on the line. I think the Constitution's on the line. I fear that if Trump does not win, we're going to be, we're going to have a single-party state. It's going to be like California, but actually worse than California, because the one thing that keeps California from going even further than they do go is that people can move out of California and still be in America. But if you've got no place to move, then it's going to be much worse in California. And that's the danger that we face. So sort of an oppressive, totalitarian state that has extreme restrictions on freedom of speech, that continues extreme overregulation, that just basically makes government even bigger than it is today, and takes away the liberty of the people. So that's something I wanted to do, but I felt it was critical to do it, or America's not going to be America. So.
Over 100 years ago, Nikola Tesla dreamed of delivering free and unlimited energy, not just to the people of the United States, but to the people of the world. And he was up against a dirty machine, same machine that we're fighting today, same machine that's been suppressing, suiciding inventors for decades, as evidenced by Secrecy Invention Act of 1951. We need somebody that has the wallet to not care what people think and not be bullied around while having the guts to give the finger to the adversaries. And whether it's through government efficiency or private sector, if you're taking suggestions, I would encourage you to pursue that avenue to give the people of the earth something clean, renewable, efficient, and imagine what kind of rockets you could build with ethereal energy. So if you would like to discuss it more, I'm getting sushi afterwards if you want to join me. But I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, like I said, I mean, I think we want to get government out of people's lives and give people their liberty and freedom back, and allow them to keep more of their hard-earned money. And I think that's what leads to prosperity and a happier people. So that's what we're going to aim for. So I'll take a couple more questions and call it a day.
Hi, Elon. I'm Edwin. I believe that you are the Benjamin Franklin of our times, and thank you for unapologetically being you. My question is, on several occasions in your life, you have bet the farm on highly ambitious and almost improbable goals, in spite of well-intentioned advices from friends, family, and even your idols like Neil Armstrong saying, don't do it, Elon.
Yeah.
Most people would break under that kind of pressure. So how did you get them, or how do you get the mental fortitude to listen to all of that advice, process it, realize you're probably going to fail, and go ahead and do it in spite of the fear?
Yeah, I mean, when starting SpaceX and Tesla, people said, you're probably going to fail, and I agreed with them. I said, yeah, I think the probability of success is less than 10%. But I felt if we didn't try to do something radical in space and with electric cars, then nothing was happening. Like the existing big companies were not innovating. Like the cost of access to space was actually increasing every year in the U.S., not decreasing. And there was no, it was basically, we're doing less and less every year in space exploration, not more. And so I was like, well, even if it's like a 1% chance of SpaceX succeeding, that's still better than nothing. So, I was like, the people tell me this joke so many times, like, what's the best way to make a small fortune in the space industry is to start with a large one. And I was like, so then when people would tell me that joke, I would say, well, I was trying to figure out how to make a large fortune to a small one. And like, how do you know? Yeah, exactly. So, so it wasn't with the expectation of success that we started SpaceX and Tesla. It was with the expectation of failure. But we felt it was important enough, nonetheless, to give it our best shot. And we just barely made it. SpaceX, the first 3 flights didn't succeed. The 4th one did. And if that 4th one had failed, I was out of money and the company would not exist. So. It was the same thing for Tesla. Same thing for Tesla. 2008 was a really tough year because that's when we had the 3rd rocket failure, and the auto industry was busy going bankrupt. GM and Chrysler went bankrupt in early 2009, and they're busy going bankrupt in late 2008. And in the case of Tesla, we closed the financing round of Tesla, and I gave all the money that I had left, and we closed that financing round in the last hour of the last day that it was possible. It was around 5 p.m. Christmas Eve 2008, and if that round had not closed in that call, Tesla would have bounced payroll 2 days after Christmas. So.
Good afternoon, Elon. I thank you for saving my son's life at the age of 25 in his little red Y, Tesla, going 77 miles an hour on the turnpike. A deer jumped. The cabin knew there was an impact. It lifted the front hood, so the deer was not in my son's lap. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Secondly, my question is...
Yeah, we do actually, the top priority for Tesla design and engineering is actually safety. So
that's why he bought your S, and now he has your Cybertruck, and he is 25, and you are his inspiration, and he was to be here, but he didn't get the ticket, Mom did.
All right.
So my question is, as an educator for over 20 years, and for the rights to bear arms, why in the public schools do we not have a team of concealed carry professional staff, faculty on all colleges, public schools that are completely under confidentiality and highly trained to protect our schools. And if we cannot protect our children, then can you design equipment that will allow our schools and our campuses to be freely safe of any man or woman who thinks that they are going to take us down?
Sure. Well, you know, I don't actually have an answer for everything. So I'm doing my best here to just, answer questions as best I can and, hopefully get most of them right and probably some wrong, but, and then correct the ones that are wrong. But yeah, I do think there are steps we can take to improve safety on campus and on schools. And I think if there are highly trusted teachers who are willing to, we need to make sure obviously they're highly trusted and very, very capable, who are willing to have firearms in order to protect the kids. I think we should probably let them do it. All right, so I'll just do this question and one more, and then we'll call it a day.
Hi. I'm one of the Pennsylvania conservatives Pennsylvania Democratic conservatives in the room. My father and brother have been in the House of Representatives for 24 and 22 years. Pro-life, pro-gun, pro-military, pro-First Amendment, pro-Second Amendment. My problem is my vote didn't get counted. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for him in 2020. I received this letter in the mail from Harrisburg saying that my vote did not get counted. And what concerns me...
Actually, I'd like to understand more about that. So how did that work?
I don't know.
Okay.
I work the polls. I've always worked the polls. I go for conservative Democrats. I go on a federal level for the Republicans. And like I said, I've always gone to the polls. So to find out that my vote has not been counted when I voted for Trump in both elections concerns me because my vote for my own brother didn't get counted as well. So I think that's happening to a lot of us.
There's no explanation?
There's no explanation. I mean, if I didn't get this letter, I would not have known that my vote wasn't counted. So I think that's happened to a lot of us because we are standing with Trump.
That seems really crazy.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it seems like
you could have it.
If they say it's not counted, they got to give a reason for that.
There's no reason. No one seems to even, when I call, they're like, we don't know. We don't know anything. I just work here. I'm like, oh.
Well, I think we definitely want to understand how widespread this is.
Yeah.
And, definitely use the X platform to publicize anything that you think is an issue. If we just, we want to investigate anything that is messed up, and that sounds pretty messed up. At a minimum, they should tell you why your vote wasn't counted. I mean, was there something that you didn't fill out, or what?
Oh no, I went to the polls and I signed. I've done it for, 40 years now. So, yeah, it's strange, but I think I'm one of probably hundreds of thousands that has been silenced.
Well, I think it would be good to just count up like how many people are in your position. And for sure, that does seem messed up. Like the state should be required to tell you exactly why it wasn't counted, and so that you at least understand if there was an error in the form, there was something, because it wasn't just saying it wasn't counted with no explanation is totally unacceptable. So.
How you doing, Elon?
Good, how's it going?
My name's Logic. I'm a creative professional out of Pittsburgh, and I represent my people, my community, and some of the questions that we may have, and some of the insight that I have from me personally, being a single father here in this city, also making it through the changing circumstances of the economy as it becomes worse than I've ever known it to be. And the seriousness of this election, I'm not one that really believes in voting myself, but I feel like I do not want to leave anything to happenstance in this election. And I know that we need to get somebody who's really going to be intelligent with their leadership. So, there's a lot of things I would like to talk about, but I do have many ideas. I like what you're doing right now, and I commend you on putting yourself out here, to make these changes and to take these risks that matter. My name is Logic, LHAGIC.com. You can find out more about me and what I do, and that's all I want to say.
All right, well, thank you. Please do everything you can to convince people to vote and register to vote. All right, I'll do 2 more questions, and then I got to get back to see my kids. Honestly, that's where I'm going right after this. So
I'll make it really
just
fast.
want to get to see them before bedtime as well.
Thank you so much. This opportunity is way cool. Thank you very much. Emotional conversations often polarize into win-lose dynamics. And there's like an individual focus or thinking, where systems thinking, especially when it comes to the relationship system, suggests that there's unseen forces, possibly evolutionary, shaping how natural living systems like humanity manage tension. How might AI help navigate these charged conversations, especially if it's built with the same blind spots we all have?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think AI, I think it'll be vastly smarter than humans, and I think it probably will help. Like I said, it's 80% likely to be helpful, maybe 90. You know, I can certainly see it being very helpful with you know, medicine and helping people understand, get healthy and whatnot. But it's not a panacea. It'll you know, it is a double-edged sword. So I'm not sure I have a great answer to that, except we just need to pay close attention to AI and you know, ring the alarm bell if we see that it's going in a bad direction. Thank you. Last question.
Thank you, Elon. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for your courage and for everything you've done for America. My question is pertaining to the voting machines this election. There are numerous features. This is an exhaustive, a switch feature, a multiplication feature. Been waiting to ask you this since 2020. Are you confident that this is a battle that can be won? Are there plans in place? Are there protections in place? Have you talked to President Trump about this with your technological proficiency and higher level of knowledge?
I think the best way to address this, you know, in any potential fraud, I don't know what's real and what's not real, but I've made my position clear that we should not have machines involved. We should have paper ballots in person with ID. That's the sure thing. And especially as we get to an AI future, because like I said, the AI could hack the voting machines, and then we wouldn't even know what's going on. We do not want voting machines connected to the internet or electronic in any way whatsoever. So can't emphasize that enough. Now, with respect to this election, I think any sort of voting you know, concerns that people have should be posted on the X platform and on every platform, and you know, be very loud about it if you have any concerns, so that they can, like the brighter the light we shine on any voting issues, the less likely there is to be cheating. Then the other thing is to win by such a margin that even if there is cheating, the margin is so great that you beat the cheat. So, and with that, thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. It's been an honor speaking to you, and I enjoyed the questions. And let's just go ultra hardcore. Remember, only have until tomorrow night to get people registered. So please think you've got one goal: get people registered by midnight tomorrow. Thank you.